that are that have the audio, and just shout out. Just shout out yes or no. Do you work at a community bank? Yes or no? Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. We do have some community bank people. Okay, here we go. Go on the chat. Okay. This is on the chat, of course. Oh, John and Jacob, these are folks. Okay. Excellent. And we've got Brad. Yes, all of most everybody. Christina, Alex, Zoe, Scott, everybody. Okay. And Scott, if I can have you, because I know you're in the audio, instead of using the chat, please, if you would unmute yourselves, unmute yourself and so forth. So I'd rather have you participate since we know you can do the audio instead of on the chat. The preferred is the audio.
So thanks, David.
No problem. So if we just leave the audio or the chat for the chat people, for those that need to join us. Great. Okay, so most of you, but for example, the Michigan Business Connection people, not. But all the rest, like for example, the County National Bank and other individuals are, including Scott and Brad and Zoe and so forth. All right. Bottom left-hand side of the page, thank you for that class shout out. And you'll see, we'll do this periodically throughout today's session. You'll notice once again, I'm based in Las Vegas, bottom left-hand side of the page, lived in the Vegas market for many years, but I was raised all over the planet. My father was career military. So actually I was raised in the Midwest quite a bit. Illinois, Southern Illinois, and Dayton, Ohio area twice. So lived in the Midwest. Over the last several years, I've physically trained or ground-based trained for the Michigan Bankers Association in Lansing and primarily in Marquette and the UP. And then for the Wisconsin Bankers Association, primarily in Madison and in Green Bay. But it's great to be with each of you today in our session. This class, once again, will be a mirror image as if we were all together. But technology, we're able to do the class as really a live session. Bottom left-hand side of the page, you'll notice DL Osborne at cox.net. My last name is unusual, it's with the URN. Please, if you have questions during the session, don't hesitate to reach out to me. But keep my email address. Don't hesitate. Reach out to me. A month from now, you're working on a C&I deal or a CRE deal. Please don't hesitate. Send me an email. Number one, I keep everything confidential. Number two, I don't charge for this. And number three, I do receive emails regularly from credit analysts, loan officers, credit administrators, senior bank executives. I train periodically. The bank directors of community banks receive emails from all of the above. So now, one other item. As we move forward in today's class, I emphasize, we are a class. So I want to make sure that you feel comfortable and speak freely, that you can speak freely, that this isn't, that we keep it within the class. I don't want you to be able to say, well, I can't really say what I'd like to say. And if it's confidential, of course, then don't use a name. Don't even use or remind us the name of your bank. Just say, hey, I got a question or a comment, or as I call out your name, we're going to keep this within the class. So I like to say that at the start because I want people to feel comfortable to be able to express themselves. Now, with that, today's first session, we really have two combined. We have 8 mini sections we're going to cover. And I would put this in your notes. I'm going to turn to page number 3 on the PowerPoint. At the top right-hand side of this page, I would put this in your notes, please. Section number 1, right there at the top of the page, here on page number 3. Number 1, our introduction. Number 2, underwriting of the C&I, the commercial, industrial, or C&I credit. So number one, introduction. Number two, underwriting. Number three, we're going to look at the BBC, borrowing base certificate. Number four, we're going to look at receivables, inventory, and equipment from a collateral perspective. Pardon me, receivables, accounts receivables, inventory, and equipment from a collateral perspective. Section number 5, just a little snippet on financial statement analysis, just to remind us in our good solid underwriting of the C&I credit, we're typically underwriting the operating business. Now, when we cover CRE this afternoon, well, a lot of times you don't have an operating business. For example, it's an income producing property. So you don't have that. Okay. Number 6 is kind of a miscellaneous section. Loan documentation, pricing, and managing the C&I portfolio. Loan documentation, pricing, and managing the C&I portfolio. Section number 7, marketing the C&I credits. And then number 8, 3 little mini case studies to conclude our first section today, C&I lending. So 3 mini case studies. Okay, so with that, and I do encourage, if you haven't done so already, print out the PowerPoint slides, of course. You should have those for, of course, the C&I section and the CRE section as well. Also, I'd encourage you to grab a highlighter or a pen so that you can take some notes right on the slides themselves. All right. One little item further, just a little quick housekeeping. We will take 2 breaks in the morning, 5-minute breaks. We'll take a half-hour lunch at 12 noon Eastern time. So based off the Michigan bankers, 12 noon, Wisconsin, it would be 11. And of course, for me, 9 a.m. because I'm 3 hours difference from Michigan, 2 hours from Wisconsin. Okay, we'll take once again, the half-hour break for lunch, and then we'll go into our commercial real estate lending section. And in the afternoon, we'll take also 2 5-minute breaks. We should conclude right around 3 o'clock Eastern time, 2 p.m. Central time. Okay, it's great to be with you. Let's jump right on in. Section number 1, intro. What is C&I lending? Well, you can see from this paragraph, it's basically lines of credit and equipment financing, or what I like to say, everything in commercial lending but commercial real estate. So now this first section this morning, everything is C&I. What's that commercial real estate stuff? Whereas this afternoon, we shift hats, we shift our whole thought process to CRE lending. And what's that C&I stuff? Kind of the opposite. And of course, at the end of the day, we have both sides together. Now, if you look under the second paragraph, there is a renewed emphasis of C&I lending in our industry. Pardon me, and has been for many years post-Great Recession. Great Recession, of course, 08, 09, even into 2010 in some markets. Well, look at part A. What happened during the Great Recession? Of course, the implosion of the real estate market. Supply, demand for real estate, commercial, even within your community bank. Many of you are in a community bank, some of you in the MBC, you're not, but you work with community banks and other lenders as well. Well, during the Great Recession, at the start of the Great Recession, I talked to a good friend of mine. He's the president of a small community bank in Las Vegas. Well, I said, boy, the real estate's starting to implode. He goes, and this was on the residential side initially. He goes, oh, that doesn't impact us. I said, what do you mean? He goes, oh no, that's residential. We're commercial real estate lenders. He says, That's not going to impact us. And I thought to myself, wait a minute. It's just a matter of time that it will catch up to the commercial side, which it did. Within about 4 months later, all of a sudden, wow, it's a whole different story. Now look at part B. From the banking regulator's perspective, I would put under part B, balanced loan portfolio. The regulators, and who are the regulators? The Fed, the Federal Reserve, the FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. If you're a nationally chartered bank, the OCC, Office of Comptroller of the Currency, and or even the state regulators, banking regulators, they want to see, and I'd put this under part B, a balanced and or we could say diverse loan portfolio. We don't want all our eggs in one basket, so to speak. Now, not to speak out of school. In the Vegas market, we had 11 bank failures during the Great Recession. Most of them were community banks. They were just dropping like flies. And by the way, my friend's bank is one of the few that survived. Even though initially, in my opinion, it kind of had his head in the sand, like, whoa, that's the residential stuff. That's not commercial. But as soon as it hit the commercial side, boy, he did an about face and was very proactive with the regulators and with the loan portfolio. And they survived. And today, fast forward today, they are profitable, they're expanding, and so forth. Look at part C. Original banking roots. The original banking roots was a more balanced portfolio, number one. Number two, banks originally did more lines of credit, equipment financing, other items versus top heavy, so to speak, or heavy concentration in CRE. Okay. Not saying we shouldn't have a good section of commercial real estate loans, but we've got to be balanced. We've got to be diverse, if you will, even within the CRE side, which we'll talk about, in this section this afternoon. Moving right along. Let's turn to page number 4. Still on our introduction, loan product and structure in the C&I world. Traditionally, working capital line, pretty straightforward, 12 months interest only. Each of your banks provide these, of course, but what about an ABL facility? ABL, asset-based lending. It could be a 12-month interest only line of credit as well. But what is an ABL facility? An ABL facility is as follows. And I put this at the bottom of this page, bottom of page number 4, please. An ABL facility is structured as follows. A true ABL, the front end, meaning the usage of the line, is restricted using a BBC, a borrowing base certificate, a BBC. Okay. A BBC, borrowing base certificate. Now, we're going to see this. We're going to go in depth on the BBC. So we restrict the usage of the line on the front end. A true ABL facility, we also restrict the usage on the back end. What do you mean by that? Well, let's use an imaginary company, ABC LLC, owned by an imaginary couple by the name of Bob and Sue. They have a small manufacturing plant right outside of Wausau, okay, where, Scott, you're located. And by the way, for whatever it's worth, I've been in Wausau many times, believe it or not. You're going, no way. Oh, yeah.
Stop and visit sometime, David.
Okay, we'll do. So this imaginary couple, this imaginary business is right in the Wausau market, right on the outskirts of town in Industrial Park, light manufacturing. They have an imaginary CFO by the name of Jane. They have an imaginary independent CPA by the name of George. Okay. Now, On the back end, if it's a true ABL facility, we, the bank, restrict the cash when they receive it. What do you mean? Well, when they get paid on those receivables, we restrict the upfront usage of the line using the BBC borrowing base certificate based off of a formula we're going to cover on the receivables and even possibly inventory. But on the back end, pardon me, the back end, if you will, when they get paid those receivables in a true ABL facility, the check is mailed from ABC LLC's clients. Those checks are mailed to a P.O. box that your bank controls. Wow. You scoop the checks, or a third-party vendor scoops the checks out. The dollars come into the bank in a controlled checking account, really. But there's a pre-negotiated split between the bank and the borrower. Okay, between your bank and ABC LLC. Your bank and ABC LLC, okay, let's say it's an 80-20 split. If it's $100,000 in receivables, 80,000 is ultimately transferred over to the general checking account for ABC LLC for their working capital purposes. 20% or 20,000 is used to pay down on the principal of the line of credit. Maybe it's a 70-30 split. 70% goes over to the company. They need the bulk of it to operate, of course, for working capital. But 30% is used to do what? 30% is used to pay down on the principal of the line. Now, the true ABL facility is time intensive, productivity intensive. A lot of banks do not do it. I'm going to ask the class. I'm going to just going to be a quick class shout out. Everybody in the audio, which is basically the NBC people in Michigan and Scott, you in Wisconsin, in Wausau, if you'll do the shout out, and everyone else, if you'll do the chat, yes or no, does your bank do or provide a true full-scale ABL facility where you're restricting the front end usage of the line using the BBC borrowing base certificate and you control the cash on the back end? Yes or no? Everybody, if you would unmute and also in the chat, respond. Yes
David,
or
I'd
no?
say here in
Yes.
Wausau, very limited. Very
No,
limited, but yes.
Okay. All
NBC,
right.
no.
Okay. All right. So wait. So NBC, no, you don't work with it. Scott, what about you? Do you work with this? Does your bank have ABC, or pardon me, do you have ABL facilities? True ABL.
Yeah, we do it front and back. We do have some, but it's fairly limited. We have a lot of just the front end.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And from the chat, thank you. Let's see. This is basically, boy, everybody, let's see. All right. No. This is John, Allison. Okay. All right. Alex, no front end. No front end, not back end. Okay. Okay. Now, as Scott just mentioned, I would put this in your notes at the bottom of this page, please. There is a version of this ABL facility, which is usually referred to as a quasi, Q-U-A-S-I, quasi ABL facility. And Scott has hit it right on the head. Well, what is the quasi? The quasi facility is ABL facility. We restrict on the front end, but we don't have the system set up. We don't have, we're a community bank, for example. We don't have the system set up to control the back end. So we use the BBC to control the advances on the front end usage of the line of credit. But we do not restrict the back end. When ABC LLC, Bob and Sue's company, right in Wausau area, when they get paid, the checks go to their regular mailbox right out front of their office, and they control the cash. We don't touch the cash. That's very, very common. Okay, now let's move forward. Let's turn to page number 5. Our next, this is still in our intro section. The second part, if you will, of the major product structure and product within the C&I world, equipment financing. So lines of credit, equipment financing. Okay. Under Part C, loans, 3, 5, 7, 10-year amortization. Okay. What's your typical amortization that you work with? Christina, we're going to just start with you. If you type into the chat, please. And as you can see, we will do mainly individual, but also the class shout outs. Christina, if you can type into the chat, what is your typical amortization for your equipment financing? Okay. Christina says, oh, 5 to 10, 5 to 10-year amortization, but it depends. Okay. Jeremy, how about you in your world? Jeremy, what about in your world? What's the typical?
I don't do a lot of equipment loans, honestly. I want to say 3 to 5, just for what I've seen, but maybe someone else.
Okay. Okay, 3 to 5, maybe 7. Okay. Every lender's a little different. The most common in our industry, 5-year structure, 5-year fully amortized. Okay, now what about a lease? The equipment financing, pretty straightforward, structure and the product. What about a lease? Okay. Let me ask John, does County National Bank do leases, equipment leasing? If you type into the chat and tell us, please. Do you do leases? Does County National Bank do leases, John? Okay, here's his response. Oh, by the way, thank you. Those in the chat, boy, these are quick. This is excellent. It's real time. John says not typically. Okay. All right. Let me ask Brad. Brad, does your bank do does your bank do any leases, equipment leases? If you type into the chat, please. All right. Here's the response. No, Brad says they haven't. Zoe, how about you? If you can let us know in the chat. Zoe, does your bank do equipment leases? Now, if you do a lease, you most likely do a loan as well, because usually you migrate from or expand from a loan to a lease in your product offering. Zoe says, not at all. We avoid them. Oh, I love it. Thank you, Zoe. Now, if you'll go ahead, what is a lease? Well, technically what happens, I put this in your notes somewhere off to the side of number 2 there, C2. In a lease arrangement, the way it's structured is your bank is not the lender and your borrower is not the borrower. The relationship is different. Even legally it's different. Your bank is the lessor. Your borrower is the lessee, not leasee, lessee. Lessor, lessee. Who owns the equipment? Your bank does. You're simply just renting it, if you will, to the lessee. I almost said borrower, it's the lessee. 3 types of leases in this structure, typically. As you can see, note payable. If you have a note payable type lease, it is just a quote unquote generic lease. It's just generic, and it's almost like a promissory note. It looks and it feels just like a regular loan, fully amortized, 5 years, whatever on the equipment. What about the second one? A track lease. I had to highlight under that paragraph, residual price under that second line down, and over to the right of that, do you see the word vehicle? I'd highlight or circle that as well. A track lease Typically, there's a residual, the way it's structured, the actual credit facility is structured to where there's a 10, 15, or 20% residual price on the back end, meaning left over at the end of the lease. Oftentimes, these are for vehicles, of course. Okay. So that at the end of that lease, it's like, whoa, there's still some amount owing. Now, if it's an ongoing business relationship between the business, ABC LLC, and maybe they leased a small fleet of trucks instead of purchasing them, buying them, or having a loan against them. Well, your bank would actually own the fleet of trucks. And then, of course, at the end of the lease, whoa, there's some residual price. And then, of course, a lot of times just rolled over. Now, from a consumer lease standpoint, when there's a 10% residual or 15 or 20%, boy, you may roll it over and you just have a lease payment forever because they trade the car in. The negative to the consumer lease is traditionally it's not tax deductible, whereas on the business it is. Just a thought. I have a good friend of one of he and his partner, the main partners within of this large law firm here in Las Vegas. Well, about every 2-3 years, they trade in their cars and they're on leases and they're high-end Lexus. And now, they've moved on beyond Lexus. Now they're Teslas, and they're the high-end Teslas. Like when I say high-end, to me it's high-end. Maybe to you it's not, but they're about $120,000 a piece. Moving to number 3, I'd highlight True Lease. True Lease. Take a moment, everyone, and read this paragraph at the very bottom under this third form of lease. Take just a moment, if you would. The very bottom of this page. If you'll read that paragraph under True Lease, take just a moment, if you would. Okay. Now, typically there is a residual amount on this one of the True Lease, bottom of this page, the third one. But you'll notice, look at the very last line. The lessor, which is your bank, the way this deal is structured, believe it or not, your bank would actually take the depreciation write-off of the equipment. Up above the note payable, the track lease, traditionally no way. But on a True Lease, your bank takes the write-off of the depreciation. Wow, that's huge. That is huge. And it's different. Because of this, oftentimes these True Leases are very, quote unquote, thinly priced, meaning they're very low price, meaning the interest, thin, very thin, because your bank's already getting a benefit because of the depreciation write-off on the equipment. I'd also put in your notes under True Lease or by True Lease. Typically, these are large, multi-million-dollar deals. True Leases are usually $5 million, like a $5 million piece of high-end printing equipment, or an $8 million very, very high-end medical equipment, or a $12 million gaming equipment deal. Gaming equipment, what are you talking about? Like in a casino? Absolutely. The slots, people don't realize today the slot machines in a casino are so high tech. They're so extremely high tech and very expensive. It's not uncommon to have an $8 million, $10 million, even a $12 million equipment lease package financing the gaming equipment for a casino. Absolutely. Okay, I need to ask the question. Allison, how far is it from where you live to the nearest casino? How far is it in Michigan? How far is it? Okay, here we go. 30 miles. All right. Okay. Let me ask Zoe. That's in Michigan. Zoe's in Wisconsin. Zoe, how far is it from you to the nearest casino? How far is it? Okay. 60 miles. Okay, great. So not that far, not really that far. And they're everywhere now, most states, if you will. Now, true leases. One other one, $15 million airplane. Come on, successful business, you've got to have your own small corporate jet. Absolutely. Finance with the true lease. Now, one other thought, we move on. I put this in your notes on this page as well. Sometimes you will not see the lease show up on the balance sheet that you're analyzing. It's called off-balance sheet financing. Now, there is a push in the accounting profession today, and has been for several years, to have more and more and more disclosure so that the reader of the financial statement is not in the dark, that you see the true amount of financing the company has. But it's within the notes to the financial statement. Well, typically, you're not going to have notes on a company prepared financial statement, or even a tax return, or even a CPA compiled or financial statement. So a tax return, no. A company prepared financial statement, no. Even a CPA compiled financial statement, no. A reviewed, yes. And an audited, yes. So sometimes you may not see it. I beg of you, if you are banking, and I would put this in big bold print down below on the bottom of page number 5, if you are banking a capital intensive type business with a lot of equipment, maybe a manufacturer, could even be maybe a farm operator, a large farm operator, or some other business with a lot of equipment, I would recommend you put in your notes, ask, who would you ask naturally? Jane, the CFO. Remember Bob, Sue, ABC LLC, Jane's their CFO. George is the independent CPA. I'd ask Jane. And you say, well, why not ask George? Well, you could ask George, but your main contact is with Jane. And just say, Jane, do you have any, and you say it politely, do you have any off balance sheet financing? Or you can even just say, which you may just say, depending on your relationship with Jane, to see if you know, CFO, if you know her well and so forth. Don't know her that well, maybe you just kind of say, well, do you have any financing that doesn't show up on the balance sheet instead of off balance sheet, whatever? Maybe it is better just to say off balance sheet. You got to know. And by the way, the disclosures in the notes to the financial statements, talking to a CPA recently, and he was telling me, well, you know, we're starting to put more disclosures in the notes so that the reader, once again, of the financial statements is not left in the dark, and they see the magnitude of this commitment, which is the lease, outside of what you would traditionally see. Kind of interesting. One other thought, we move forward. Most of you work at a community bank. I know the NBC people, but you work with community banks. So I'm just going to say it straight out. Most community banks don't do the leases, but a lot will partner with another bank or another organization that does. So for example, I have a friend, and he used to be at Wells Fargo. Now, okay, he used to be at Wells. Well, he would carry, and he was in the equipment leasing department, huge division of Wells. But he basically was the main representative for the entire Nevada, and even went to Arizona some, those markets, Phoenix primarily, but mainly Nevada and then Phoenix. He would carry 2 different business cards. This is my friend that used to be at Wells Fargo for many years. The 2 business cards, well, when the circumstance made sense, he would use his Wells Fargo business card, and it would say Wells Fargo and had the symbol, and just equipment financing, da da da. But then he had a completely separate business card. And it was just called equipment financing. It was like equipment financing LLC or whatever, real original. What he would do is he would work with numerous community banks, not just in Vegas, but in the overall Nevada and even the Phoenix market. And what would he mean work with them? Well, he would approach the small community bank and say, well, would you like to do some equipment leasing? Would you like to have the ability to do? Oh, yeah. And because some of the community banks would be asked, oh, do you do equipment financing loans? Oh, yeah. Would you do any leasing? We talked to our CPA, we've talked to our CFO, CPA, everyone. We've had it may make sense to do some leasing. Oh, and we don't do that. We're too small to do it. But what would my friend do? He had a separate business card. Now to the bankers, to the community bankers, they knew he was from Wells. He would say, but when he would meet with their clients, he was just this generic lease financing organization. He would not use the words Wells Fargo. Who would fund those leases? The bank would. Who would service? He would. It was a great model. Okay, let me ask Scott. Scott, in your community bank, do you partner with any leasing organizations to provide leasing for just maybe even select clients?
We do, in fact, we partner with Bankers Bank out of Madison.
Oh, good.
We don't do a lot of them, but I wish we could do more, but there is an element of scale to it because they are different.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that you called on me, David, because I do have just a very broad follow-up question. If I had to characterize the main kind of difference between a track lease and the true lease, is the track lease more like a capital lease and the true lease more like an operating lease, to use accountant's language?
Yes. The track lease would be more of a capitalized lease, so would the note payable, and you would see it on the balance sheet. Whereas not always, but sometimes the true lease becomes off balance sheet. Absolutely. Very good comment.
Yeah,
very good. You bet. Okay, let's move forward. Page number 6. Okay, now we're still in this intro, product and structure of the C&I credits. Okay, now we've talked lines of credit, we've talked equipment financing. Now, what about other product? These are not commercial real estate. So in my mind, I lump these into the world of C&I. They got to be somewhere, typically. So they're related to the C&I world. Letters of credit. Okay. The first type of letter of credit, of course, is called a standby. We're going to cover standby, or if you'd put in your notes, an irrevocable letter of credit. Okay. Let me ask, Allison, does your bank, County National Bank, do you do standby / irrevocable letters of credit? Do you do the standby irrevocable? Okay. Yep, they do, of course. All right. Let me ask Brad. Brad, at your bank, do you do many standby / irrevocable letters of credit? Okay. Just a few, he says. Just a few. So some of your banks do a lot, some just do a few. Okay, now let me describe what it is, just to make sure that we have the structure of this related C&I product. The standby letter of credit, otherwise known as irrevocable, is as follows. An example. Okay, Bob and Sue's operation, manufacturer in Wausau area, Wausau, Wisconsin. Okay. All of a sudden, Jane gets a letter from the power company. And the power company, in this letter, it's a formal letter. It says, we want you, it's first off, it says, based off your monthly power bill of $5,000, pardon me, we want you to go to your bank and have your bank issue us, meaning the power company, a $5,000 letter of credit. Standby, irrevocable. Why? Well, because to support this relationship, if the company defaults, the manufacturer ABC LLC defaults on their monthly power bill, the power company can go to your bank, hold their hand out, and get the $5,000. I'd put this in your notes off to the side of part 1A, 4-step process. 4-step process. Number 1, the letter on your bank letterhead to the power company. In no uncertain terms in the letter, for ABC LLC defaults, you come to us, we give you the 5,000. Step number 2 of the 4-step process. Pardon me. We have Bob and Sue sign a promissory note. Also guarantees, of course, personal guarantees, each of them. But the promissory note is the major document. Step number 3. More often than not, we're going to say to Bob and Sue through Jane and work with Jane, the CFO, we want this to be cash secured. We want a bank CD or savings account to support the note that supports this letter. Step number 4. So step number 3 is the cash secured aspect. Step number 4. Jane says, wait a minute. In my previous employer, we used to do a lot of letters of credit, standby. You know, they were 3,000, 5,000 like this, 7,000, you know, small, relatively smaller dollar amount. She says, but wait a minute. I remember there was a situation once where we did it. And she goes, I think I remember it's called a carve out. Let's say that ABC LLC already has a $300,000 line of credit with your bank. Jane says, well, wait a minute. I remember right. Can't we use the line of credit to support this letter of credit? Pardon me. And instead of tying up our $5,000 forever, because as long as they're in business, this is going to be renewed every year, the letter of credit. And she says, well, the line of credit is renewed every year anyway. So can't we? She goes, as I recall, that's what we could do. Can you do it? Oh, absolutely. We'll do a carve out for you. We block out the 5,000 on the line of credit. So, and now if Bob and Sue are sitting there, they're going to say, well, wait a minute. They're going to say, now help us remember. Bob says, help me remember. How much is our average usage of the $300,000 line? She goes, well, typically not much more than 150, about 50%. And then he says, well, what's the max we've ever had? She goes, oh, about two and a quarter. They look at each other, Bob and Sue, they look at Jane. Yeah, let's do it. And you do it. You put the hold on. Now I put this in your notes from your perspective. What could happen? You assign someone as the loan officer. You assign someone to your loan department. What have you? To do what? To put the hold in place. And they never do it. They forget to do it. And then your worst nightmare. Bob and Sue quietly max out the line of credit, ABC LLC's line, 300,000. And then they default to the power company. Well, you've got to give the power company $5,000. Well, you're in a mess. You don't have anything to support that letter. And the line is maxed out. Now, I hear this and I emphasize pre-COVID, I go all over the country. Now I'm starting to get back out a little bit on the road, ground-based for, training the credit analysts, commercial credit analysts, loan officers, senior management, the whole credit administrators, you name it. Now, I hear this around the country during the last 2.5 years, periodically. The hold is put on, legitimately put on within the bank. This is internal. And then for whatever reason, the system, if you will, drops off the hold. The system drops off the hold, meaning within your bank. So be aware of that. Okay, now let's do a quick class shout out. Everybody unmute and or in the chat. Yes or no? Have you ever worked on a standby or irrevocable letter of credit? Personally, have you ever personally worked on? Yes or no? Everybody shout out. And in the chat, if you'll respond, please.
No.
Go ahead.
No.
Okay. Keep going. Keep going. There's more people in NBC. There's more people on the,
Yes, but not at NBC.
okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Now, Allison says yes. Alex says yes. Okay. Moving right along. Let's see. Brad says yes. Zoe says yes. Jacob, yes. Christina, John, no. John, no. Okay. Thank you for those. All right. Now for the commercial or international under part 1B. I'd put off to the side of a commercial / international letter of credit. Okay, this is a totally different animal. Unlike the standby or irrevocable that we never want to be drawn upon. That's why the title standby just stands there. Hopefully it's never drawn on. A commercial or international letter of credit we want to be drawn upon. Well, let me illustrate. Bob and Sue's company, ABC LLC, is not a manufacturer. They're based in the Wausau market, but ABC LLC is a party rental company. What? Yes, they rent out the tables, the chairs, the tablecloths, the linens, all of that, centerpieces, all of that for wedding receptions, graduation parties, retirement parties, you name it. Now, they are based in Wausau. They dominate that upper mid part of Wisconsin, all the way over to Eau Claire, all the way over to Shawano, to Green Bay, up into Sturgeon Bay, Door Peninsula. Oh yeah, Door County. They dominate. They even go down into Appleton a little bit there. And if you're familiar with Wisconsin, wow. But they stay north of Milwaukee. Oh no, they don't go into Milwaukee. Too much competition, too many competitors, and so forth. Now, twice a year, they buy those little white wooden chairs that they rent out, that most of us have sat in. Okay, I'm going to ask Jacob, what country are those little white wooden chairs manufactured in? If you'll just tell us, please. They're not manufactured in the US. What country are they manufactured in? What would you say, Jacob? Okay. China. Absolutely, China. He got it. Okay, now, these shipments, about two times a year on average, about 30,000 a piece. Okay. They're dealing with a new manufacturer they've never dealt with. The manufacturer says to Bob and Sue through their representative, we want a letter of credit. We're not going to ship these chairs. We don't know you. You don't know us. We want protection. You want protection. So what do? Jane, the CFO, approaches you, the lender. Hey, can you issue this commercial or international letter of credit for this manufacturer? Where is the manufacturer located? Pardon me. 200 miles inland from Shanghai. Shanghai is the major port city in China on the Pacific Ocean, but the manufacturer is 200 miles inland. Pardon me. The letter of credit goes one way, the chairs go the other. I put that in your notes. The letter of credit goes one way, the chairs go the other. Part of the documentation for a commercial or international letter of credit is called bills of lading, L-A-D-I-N-G, bills of lading. There are 4 inspection points on the collateral. In fact, by the way, we put it in our $300,000 line that they can issue, that we can issue under the line up to, let's say, $75,000 in letters of credit. So on average, they can have 2 of these outstanding because they're around 30,000 on, traditionally around 30, 35,000 a piece. And that's why we do it. We say, oh, you could probably do 2 of them. Usually they do 1 at a time. Every once in a while, it'll overlap. Now Now, once again, unlike the standby or irrevocable letter of credit, we never wanted to be drawn upon. The commercial or international, we want it to be drawn upon because it helps facilitate the trade, the international trade. Okay, now, because those chairs become our collateral, we want to make sure those inspections are done. Okay, I need you to please put this in your notes under Part B. 4 inspection points. Let me give you the first one, then I'm going to have you spend just a moment and just think about it and then figure out what would be inspection number, where would be inspection 2, 3, and 4. Physically, where are they? The first inspection point of the chairs, the inventory chairs that we're financing. This is really C&I world all the way, but it's tied in through this related product. The first inspection is the dock, the loading dock or dock that where the chairs are leaving the manufacturer that's 200 miles inland from Shanghai. Where are the other 3 inspection points? Take just a moment, think about it. Think about it. Where are the 2 other inspection or the 3, pardon me, the other 3 inspection points for a total of 4? These are huge. In fact, by the way, 2 of these, we as a bank actually get a report that the inspection was done by a third-party vendor. Okay. The physical inspection. Okay. So go ahead, if you would, take just a moment. Where is inspection point number 2, number 3, and lastly, number 4? What about number 4 as well? 2, 3, and 4. I gave you the first one. It's leaving the manufacturing plant, last inspection, boom. It's put in the crate, it's gone. Okay. Take just a moment more on this. Alex, where would be number 2, would you say? If you tell us where would it be number 2, where would the second inspection point be? Any idea? You go ahead, if you can type into the chat, where would the second inspection be? Okay, well, we wait on that. Jeremy, how about you? Where would you?
Shanghai.
Shanghai, you got it. Shanghai, excellent. Thank you. Saptarshi, where would the third inspection point be?
Would it be like San Francisco or something?
Well, you're close. It's in California. But San Francisco used to be, oh, this was 50, 60 years ago. I would agree with you. By the way, most of the business in the Bay Area, for whatever it's worth, has moved from San Francisco to Oakland, across the bay to the East Bay, meaning most of the trade. A lot of the wharf areas now tourist, if you will, like Fisherman's Wharf and a lot of that over the years, but not in San Fran. Saptarshi, can you think of another place in California? And I'll give you a hint. It is the biggest port on the West Coast, hands down, in the US, but it's not San Fran.
Los Angeles?
You got it. It's Long Beach specifically, Long Beach, California specifically, which is LA, Okay. LA County. All right. Excellent. Now, moving right along. Now, third inspection point, we've got number 1, leaving the plant. Number 2, Shanghai, leaving the port, coming to California. Multi-billions of dollars flow in and out of the Long Beach port every day, not every year, every day, every hour. Where's the 4th and final? Michael, where's the 4th and final, if you'll tell us, please? Where's the 4th and final inspection? Michael.
I'm not completely sure.
No problem. No problem. Terry, what would you say? Terry? Any idea? Where's the last inspection?
The plant where it's going to.
Exactly. In Wausau, it's the loading dock, because that's put on a truck in Long Beach and trucked across the country. Now, years ago, it'd be on a rail, but today, it's on a truck all the way. And it arrives in Wausau, Wisconsin, goes up to the loading dock and the back of the facility where Bob and Sue operate ABC LLC all the way. We want this letter of credit to be drawn upon. Okay, now we're going to do a quick class shout out. Have any of you, yes or no, have any of you worked on a commercial or international letter of credit ever? Have you ever touched one? Everybody, if you would just unmute yourself and we're in the chat, yes or no?
No.
Okay. No.
Yes, but not at NBC.
Okay, but not NBC.
Yeah.
In your previous.
Yep.
Okay. Now. Okay. Brad says no. Jacob says no. John, no. Allison, no. Okay. Excellent. All right. Now you may say, wow, boy, in the world I'm in now, I don't think we'd ever see that. Watch this coming week. Watch this coming week. Tuesday morning, someone walks in your office, and maybe it's an existing customer, says, oh, I got a weird request. We're going to import this piece of equipment, and we're going to import something from China or from, some other country, or the UK or Brazil or wherever. Hey, we need this, and we've never done this, but can you help us? And this is Jane. Maybe it's Jane, the CFO for Bob and Sue, walks in your office, or even calls you or texts you and say, hey, do you have a minute? This, and this is on Monday, and she comes in Tuesday morning, this coming week. It happens. Let's move forward to number 2, bridge or bullet loan. Now, bridge loan is usually on the commercial real estate. We'll talk about this afternoon in a few minutes, but bullet loan, if you put in your notes, what's a bullet loan? It's related to the world of C&I. It's typically a 90 to 120 day short-term commercial loan, sometimes called a single pay. All principal and interest is due at maturity. Let me illustrate where you may have one of these. You have a good client, small local retailer, one of the few that has survived, the big guys, the Walmarts, the Targets, and all of that. Okay. They have a $500,000 line of credit with you. They come to you the 1st of October. They're maxed on the line. They've been purchasing inventory in the last month, mainly during this month, right now, September. Come October 1st, they come meet with you and they said, we're maxed out. Yeah, we know that. We're getting ready for the upcoming holiday season. It's supposed to be a bumper crop within our industry, within our segment of the industry. Can we please bump up the line from 500,000 to 750? You do the analysis and it's just too much. They're just not quite there. But maybe your bank says, your credit administrator says, or your team leader says, let's go and do a separate bullet loan for 250,000. Short term, 90 days, 120 days at the most, to get them through the holiday season. But it's a temporary. The line of credit is more permanent. It's renewed every year. This bullet loan is temporary. 90, 120 days. Come the middle of January, it comes due. And you make it very clear. First thing we want you to do, we want you to pay off that bullet loan and then start rapidly paying down on the line. Some banks will do bullet loans. Some banks will not. Jose, do you work with banks right now that do bullet loans? Do you know?
I'm not really sure on that.
Okay, no problem. Scott, will your bank do bullet loans? Typically. Scott, if you're there, okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
sorry for the delay.
No problem.
I mean, we do some, but it typically isn't super common, but we have.
Okay, but you've done them. Okay, let me ask Brad. Brad, will you do a bullet loan at your bank? Brad, you'll chime in through the chat. There we go. Thank you. Have it previous bank, not this bank, but Brad says it is previous bank. Thank you. All right. Zoe, in your bank, will you do a bullet loan? Short-term 90 to 120 day loan, commercial loan. I'll do it maturity. Okay. Zoe says, yes, but not many. Wow. I worked the predecessor bank. I worked at this big regional bank that B of A bought out. That's how I got to B of A. Well, in the predecessor bank or the previous bank that B of A bought out, merged was the official title, was a buyout, of course. This bank, we did bullet loans all the time. It was just part of our culture. We did them all the time. All of a sudden, B of A came to town, bought us out. Boom, the first week, email comes out from the new chief credit officer of the bank, of our bank, of the Nevada operation. Says, until further notice, we will not do bullet loans. And he says in the email, he says to all the lenders, including myself, he says, if they do not qualify for a permanent increase in the line of credit from the 500, using our example, up to 750 permanent, we're not interested. We're not going to do bullet loans ever. And he said in the email, until further notice, which meant forever, at least as of that period of time. Interesting. Seasonal loan is another one, like an ag loan, if you will. Okay, we're going to do a quick class shout out. How many of you in your banks, does your bank do any form of ag lending? Let's do a quick shout out. Everybody unmute yourself and or into the chat. Yes or no, do you do any form of ag lending?
No.
Any form. Okay, we've got one no. We got more people in the audio, I know, but okay, Alex says yes, Christina, yes, Jacob, yes, John, yes, but some no's. Whoa, Brad, don't prefer it. Brad, don't prefer it. Okay. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, everyone. Excellent. Moving forward to page number 7. Now, we're going to go into section number 2, but before we do so, which is our underwriting section of the C&I credit, let's go ahead and take our first 5-minute break of the morning. So everybody, I recommend you keep your system up. So keep the system up, and you can keep your phone muted if you're on the audio, but everyone just keep it up, and then it's so much easier when we come back in to the system. So everyone, have a good break. We'll talk to you in 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. And by the way, thank you. Excellent participation. Excellent. Talk to you in 5
Why
min't.
couldn't I just get that special question? Come on. I know, he always seems to call on you on the one you don't know. Like I know every loan we have here. A bullet loan? Why not just call it a balloon loan? For love of God, that's what it is. It's all a lump sum payment. Kind of like
Welcome back, everyone. We'll go ahead and continue in just a moment. Okay, Jeremy, would you do our sound check for us, please?
Check one, check two.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. It's good to be back. Now, section number 2 is our underwriting. We're going to talk about credit scoring and then the full underwriting as well. Now, credit scoring. What is this? Oftentimes, a bank for the smaller C&I credits will use the credit scoring model. Now, this is not to be confused, pardon me, with a commercial or a consumer credit scoring product. The commercial credit scoring goes as follows. And I put this under section A in your notes, please. And I emphasize straight up front, usually this is only up to $100,000. Okay. Now, step number 1, you or your loan officer would meet with Bob and Sue and Jane. You would bring the loan application, a commercial loan application. In that application will be 5 questions, and these are common. These aren't always the same, but these are real common ones within this process. In the loan application, question number 1, how long has ABC LLC been in existence? How long? How long have they been in existence? Okay. Number 2, what is the FTE or full-time equivalent headcount within the business? Okay. The FTE. Pardon me. Question number 3, what is the revenue in the business? What is the revenue, annual revenue, typical, average annual revenue in the business? Question number 4, what is Bob and Sue's personal liquidity? What is Bob and Sue's personal liquidity level? What is it? 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, whatever. Number 5, what is Bob and Sue's tangible net worth? Now, on the loan application, commercial loan app, there's a little balance sheet basically for the principal to fill in. Of course, Jane just hand writes these in. It's appropriate. She didn't have to type and just hand write them in, the responses. In there, of course, let's just say that Bob and Sue's tangible net worth, or not tangible, their net worth is $2 million. But when you get the loan app from the loan officer, if you're the credit analyst, you notice, wait a minute, under other asset, ABC LLC, $1 million. You're going, wait a minute, we're lending to ABC LLC. We want to know the tangible or adjusted net worth. So you would take the $2 million net worth for Bob and Sue personally, subtract off the million, and you have $1 million tangible or adjusted net worth. That's what you would use in this model. So now the loan officer has that loan app. She brings that loan app back to you, the credit analyst. You take the loan app. The first thing you would do under the credit scoring is you would run Bob and Sue's personal FICO scores, their credit scores. Now, the credit scores, the range of the FICO score, Fair Isaac Corporation, is a low of 300, a high of 850. The average American today is like about 7/10, in that range. Let's say you run Bob's credit score at 780. That's getting up there. That's nice. You run Sue's, it's 810, even higher. You, the credit analyst, insert those two FICO scores, those credit scores, into a separate specialized software. Then you insert the answers to those 5 questions into the specialized software. And then you run a new score. Using that software, you run the score. One of the vendors that's commonly uses this is, believe it or not, FICO, the same company that brings us the FICO score, Fair Isaac Corporation. Their score system is, if it's 160 or above, 160 or above, you automatically approve the line of credit, C&I product, or equipment loan, C&I product. There are no financial statements. There are no tax returns, no aging reports, none of that. It's just based off of the score model. Okay. Some community banks will use this. Why do they do it? Because credit administrators are tired of having their loan officers or their credit analysts work on a $50,000 equipment loan when they could be working on a $500,000 or even a $5 million equipment loan. And the 50,000, sometimes, believe it or not, because the reporting, the financials are oftentimes in disarray. It's a small little more unsophisticated type or less sophisticated type business. You may spend as much time, practically as much time, on a $50,000 deal as a $500,000 deal. Some community banks will do this. A lot of the big banks will do it, like Wells Fargo, B of A. Oh, Wells is great. Wells have the big banks have their own systems. They won't pay a vendor. No, they'll do it themselves. Wells Fargo has perfected this to where they can go up to $1 million in this system, in this process. What? Oh, absolutely. But don't shed a tear for Wells like, oh, they're going to lose a lot. They're going to have a lot of defaults. No, you better believe they've tweaked their system to where out of 100 deals, probably one will default statistically. 2 or 3 may run past due and the rest are just A+ rated. Absolutely.
Hey, David,
Okay.
a follow-up question on that, if I could.
You bet.
If we think about the Wells example, let's say there's
Yes.
500,000 out.
Yes.
Does Wells also have some type of either annual check or rerun of the score or something?
yes.
Or even notes
Very-
on demand?
Scott, an extremely good comment question. The answer is absolutely yes. Most all banks that put these in place, they like, for example, when I was at B of A, for whatever it's worth, it was good for 3 years till full underwriting. But at the end of each year 1, year 2, and then the 3rd year, full underwriting again, full score. Basically, it would just be a little spot check, like a credit score, not a credit score, not the full model, but just an update on their FICO score. Absolutely. So most banks that will do this, in fact, the goal is to put these in place to where they just, it's automatic, if you will. Oh, absolutely. But there is, pardon me, it's like it would be an extreme mini version of an annual review, but very limited traditionally. Okay, Alex, okay, hold on. Alex says, all right, okay. All right, Alex says, is there a typical ratio of bank size to the size of loan for which credit scoring is used? Not necessarily. Good question, Alex. In the chat, yes, he says, is there a typical ratio, if you will, between the bank size of the bank assets versus the loan? I don't believe there's a correlation. Not really. Good question, Alex, but I don't see a correlation. I will tell you that most of the big banks all do it because they're so mass driven that, Alex, they're numbers driven, mass driven, if you will. The community banks, some are a little leery. I worked in a setting when I was on your side of the table where management was saying, we don't want to do this. Well, initially, they eventually did it, but they didn't want to. Why? Well, the fear was from management, we're going to lose the personal touch. We're going to mechanize commercial lending too much and lose the relationship concept. But other banks, even other community banks, I've had the credit administrators from community banks where attendees have been in my sessions and they call me. Oh, I had a couple of our people in your session last week. Can you tell me about this credit score? And I had one gentleman, he goes, I am so sick and tired of having my lenders, our lenders on my team, spend so much time on these little tiny requests. There's got to be a way to speed this up to improve the efficiency. Now, some community banks and other banks, they may not do the credit score exactly how I described, but they may have some sort of if you will, a hybrid between A and B at the top of this page. What do you mean by a hybrid? Well, kind of a between the credit score and the full underwriting. Okay. So Alex, going specifically back to your question, not that I've seen where there's a specific correlation. Although maybe you could say the correlation is if it's a big bank, or even a large regional bank, the tendency is that they're going to do this more often than a smaller community bank. Community banks, I find that the argument on the other side of the coin is, even though they realize that $50,000 deal will take a lot of time and a lot of energy where it'd be great that you're working on more of a $500,000 deal. The trade-off is the community bank says, we want to be a true community bank and relationship driven. Does that help, Alex? Does that help clarify that? Okay. Hopefully that helps you. If there's any more, let me know on that. Okay, now let's move forward. Full underwriting. Okay, we've got a message here. Yep, he's got it. Good. Thank you, Alex. Full underwriting. Now we'll spend just a moment on this. In basic underwriting, this is the loan write-up. Loan purpose, amount, source of repayment, so forth. Of course, within our write-up or credit memo, we do the financial statement analysis, we do the tax return analysis, what have you. If we have an SBA guarantee, like a 7A program, of course, because it's a C&I credit, that is factored into our full underwriting. Now we're going to come back to a little snippet later on in section number 5 of our 8 sections, where we talk just a little bit about key ratios and cash flow modeling and so forth. But to suffice it to say here, the C&I credit could be mainly full underwriting, but could be credit score driven. Moving now to section number 3 of our 8 sections, the BBC, borrowing base certificate. Now, before we get into the BBC, we need to do a class shout out. Unmute the mics, please. Submit into the chat. Yes or no. Does your bank right now use a BBC? Does your bank use the borrowing base certificate? Okay, everybody, if you'll unmute, or for those that are in the MBC, if you'll say the banks and others that you underwrite for. Do you see the BBCs often?
No, we're not using them, but we're working on creating one to use going forward.
Got it. Okay. Any other feedback from the audio?
Here in Wausau, we use them quite a bit.
Okay, you use them quite a bit. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Good. Excellent. Okay, now from the chat. Pardon me. Let's see. Brad, yes. Alex, yes. Jake or Allison, yes. Zoe, yes. John, yes. Christina, yes. Good. Excellent. So there's a lot of, because a lot of times when I provide this class, boy, this is like most, if not everybody. A lot of times when I provide this, it's like, maybe literally, okay, we've got about 10 people today, 2 people, 1 or 2, seriously, well, today it's the other way around, almost everybody. What is the BBC? Just a quick review, since most of you deal with it. Look at paragraph number 2, 60 to 80% advance rate of eligible receivables. What about inventory? The next line down there on paragraph number 2. Well, 50% of finished goods inventory. Well, wait. Why only 50%, whereas the advance rate on the receivables, is much higher? Well, it's because the receivables is inventory that's been sold. It's the company's just waiting to get paid. It's closer to cash in the cycle. Whereas inventory by itself hasn't been sold. Some banks will even take it extreme. I put a little note off to the side of inventory. Some banks will even take it extreme and say, we don't lend on inventory at all. 0, or not 50%, maybe we'll do 30, 35 at the most. But some take it even stronger. 0, none, we don't do it. Let's move forward. Now let's turn to page number 9. Further on the BBC borrowing base certificate, we once a month, jumping down to part B, once a quarter per advance. I like once a month personally. Jane, the CFO, does what? She emails you the aging report, the AR aging report you see on the top right-hand side of page number 9 here. Okay. 0 to 30 days, 31 to 60, 61 to 90, over 90 days on the receivables. Okay. She also emails you the borrowing base certificate, which we'll look at in just a moment. There's ineligible receivables, advance rate, we just talked about 60, 80%. Ineligible example would be a receivable over 90 days. But we're going to look at other detailed on the formula in just a moment. Before we look at the example, look at part C down below. If you have a line of credit, maybe 750,000, a million, maybe in 1.5 million or whatever, your bank may say, you know, who's going to monitor this? The loan officer is going to monitor this. Okay. We feel comfortable. He or she, the loan officer, gets the BBCs once a month, the AR agent report from James of the world, the CFOs, they monitor it. But most banks, when it gets to, you know, 2 million, especially 3 million, 5 million, 7 million, oh, no. Loan officer monitors, but we also have or require an annual collateral audit. Now, what's this? Your bank, if it's a big bank, you have internal full-time employees that go out and do the collateral audits. Community bank, you hire a third party. Okay. I need to ask Scott, in Wausau, do you ever have or require, do you have large enough lines using the BBC and so forth to where you would have a collateral auditor go out to the business and review their books?
Yeah, we do. I believe our policy today is if the line is more than $3 million, we
Yep.
have a audited financial statement requirement
Mhm.
or a independent third-party technical review of the collateral.
Good. Okay, now my recommendation, just a thought, Scott, and just as for everybody. I like the idea of the audit, but meaning the CPA audit. But in my personal opinion, if you're getting above 3 million, let's say it's a $4 million line. That is large enough, in my opinion, to require 2 audits. What do you mean by 2 audits? A CPA financial statement audit, which is traditionally as of 12/31, and a collateral audit, which is traditionally, and I'd add this to your notes, 6/30 of the year. So that you have, and we're talking 4 million, 5 million, 6, whatever, 7 million. Boy, if this thing goes down, whoa, in a community bank, even a community bank, pretty good size, it's still going to hurt. My opinion, if you're going to require, if it's a larger line like that, 4 million, 6 million, whatever, CPA audited statement, because the CPA audit as of 12/31, it is intended to check primarily per GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. Generally accepted accounting principles. It doesn't look that deep on the collateral. In my biased opinion, I would have that 6/30 collateral audit. So you have a set of eyes, collateral, or a set of audit eyes on the books twice a year, but the perspective is different. That collateral auditor, how much time? 2, 3, 4 days, typical. How much cost? 3,500, whatever. Could be 3,500, could be a little less, could be a little more. Who pays it? ABC LLC does. What's the actual work? This is the difference. The CPA emphasizes the GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. The collateral auditor, oh no, he or she goes out, they take the last 12 months of BBCs and they will track through a receivable through the cycle. They want to verify the whole cycle of that receivable. Their checks are different than the CPA audit. In my personal opinion, they are enough different that I would require both. Absolutely. Now you may say, whoa, wait a minute, that's extra, the CPA audit is already like $10,000, another 3,500. Well, it's risk. Now you may say, well, that maybe we'll start that above 5 million. Okay, fine. But there's got to be a point where you would say, we need both. Any
David,
questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, one follow-up
Scott.
question. for slightly smaller, let's say closer to the 2 or 3 million end.
Yep.
If you could only do one, sounds like you would pick that collateral audit,
Yeah.
not the financial statement audit.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I would agree. The answer, in my opinion, is yes, Scott, with one caveat. Let's say, okay, maybe it's not an audited financial statement. If you had to choose one of the two, if it's the 2 to 3 million, my personal biased opinion would be the collateral audit. That would, first off, plus it's less dollars than your client may like that, but here's the kicker. I would say personally, it's got to be a reviewed financial statement. Now that's going to be some dollars forked out from Bob and Sue from ABC LLC, but not nearly as much and not nearly as complicated as a full audit. Plus, it also ties back into how good are their internal numbers? How good is Jane? How good is Jane's team internally? Now, we don't tell them outwardly that, but that's what we're thinking. So it could even be to where you would require a minimum of a CPA compilation and the collateral audit, but preferred in that setting, in my opinion, a reviewed financial statement and the collateral audit. It's just my opinion only. But once again, it boils down to, do we trust their numbers overall, meaning the financial reporting? Because if we do, we can justify dropping, in my opinion, 2-3 million down to a reviewed, lessen that impact, but still require the collateral audit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now let's look at, and very good comments, questions, excellent. Let's look at the BB. Oh, there was a comment. There's another comment or question.
Yeah, I just had a question. When you're talking about the collateral audit and talking about following it through the cycle, what does it actually involve? Like, are you looking at like the purchase records? Are you actually reaching out to these customers, looking at collection efforts? What is it?
Typically within an audit, there is a confirmation. This is, okay, let me clarify, a CPA audit for the financial statement. There are confirmation letters sent out to the receivables, to the payables, to your bank on the deposits and credit facilities, and even to the borrower's attorney for any legal matters. But from a collateral standpoint, typically there is not a confirmation to the third party, meaning the receivables. But what they do is they look into the general ledger and they follow the cycle of the receivable from when it was created all the way to when it was created all the way to when it was paid.
Okay.
And you're welcome. And I'll say this straight out, because I work with collateral auditors. There's a gentleman I used to work with in the bank. He was able, because he was ahead of me time-wise in the bank, he was able to grab, and this was right at the end, he was one of the last, an old-fashioned early retirement from the bank. Well, what did he do? He went out and started his own collateral audit firm, and has been for about the last 10 years. He's based in the Phoenix market, but he's got a crew of about 5 or 6 auditors in addition to himself. They go all over, primarily the Western US, and work with community banks. Well, in their situation, they go in, they will track that all the way through. And they are able to pick up if the Janes of the world, the CFOs, have provided quote unquote bogus BBCs during the year. Absolutely. Now, if there's a lot, if there's a lot to it, they may do a sampling similar to what the CPA will do on the receivables, on the payables, and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
You bet. Excellent. Good questions. Let's turn to page number 10, the BBC. Now, ABC LLC, as you can see. Now you can see at the very top, we're going to start with the $1 million. Just to keep the numbers real simple. And by the way, this particular illustration is, these numbers are already there for us. In other words, they've saved us a step where they're just inserting these numbers. These numbers have already been inputted by Jane. She's submitting this to us. We're double checking her numbers. We've got the AR aging report in front of us. Okay. Now you've got the million to start with in the receivables. Then you can see the 25,000 all the way down to the 20, or a total of 291. Big picture up front. 291,000 are the ineligible that we will not lend on. We do the math, the million minus 291 gives us 709. Pretty straightforward. Then we advance this, we show the advance rate, or times it by the 75%, gives us the 531,750. We can lend 531,750. Now their line of credit may be 750, which would be common. But as of this particular month, for the next month, we can only lend 531,750. Okay. I could hear Bob say, what? We're giving the bank $1 million in assets, collateral. They're only lending us about 50%. Oh, no, Bob. They're lending us, and this is what Jane, hopefully Jane will tell Bob, because we've trained Jane on this, the CFO. No, Bob. They're lending us 75% of eligible. Well, what's this ineligible? These are receivables that are iffy. They may never be collected, or there's too much risk in them. Okay. Bob calms down and goes, oh, okay. And then he says, well, Jane, can you explain? Because we've trained Jane on this. We don't do this. We don't prepare this report. She does. We don't prepare the AR aging. Her and her team do. And they're, of course, in their accounting. Now, Jane says to Bob, well, let me explain. And this to Bob and Sue, they're in this meeting. The first one, accounts over 90 days. Well, of course, we chop that out. Why? Well, because if it's an account over 90 days, then statistically, boy, if they can't collect it, we at the bank aren't going to be able to collect it. So it's chopped out. Let's go to the next category. And these numbers are once again just plugged in to illustrate for this case study in our session today. Credit balance is over 90 days, 1,000. I put in your notes off to the right of that. It's an accounting adjustment. It's an accounting adjustment. Look at the 20% cross aging less than 90 days, 10,000. Oh, what's this? Okay. This one's in my opinion, the most difficult math. This one's a little tricky. In the aging report, of course, we have 0 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90, and over 90 days. Okay. Now, you look at the AR aging report, and Jane does the same because she's prepared it and she's put these numbers in, and you get it and you verify the numbers. Well, let's say one relationship, one of your borrower's relationship that owes them. When you look at the line item, and it could even be 2 or 3 or 4 different receivables, but it's the same from the same company, because most agent reports will give you total. So it's easy even to visually see. You say, wait a minute. It looks like they've got a large percentage of their receivables that are over 90 days. Wow. You do the math, or you can maybe even visually, just to use the numbers simple, to make the numbers simple. Let's say the one relationship, whether it's one receivable or 4 or 5 from the same company, adds up to 100,000. But you notice over in the over 90 day category, it's 30,000. And it will give you those totals in most AR, and just for convenience. So you don't even have to calculate it, add them up. You look at their 100,000 in receivables, you got 30,000 over 90 days. Well, you can see this is a 20% cross aging. If you have more than 20%, or some banks will interpret 20% or more of the agings of that one relationship that's over 90 days already, we become suspect that the earlier categories with that same relationship eventually will do what? Flip over 90 days, flip over the 90-day hurdle. So what do? We chop out the rest of the receivables from that relationship that's under 90 days. In this example, just a given number, $10,000. So once again, If you see the relationship, maybe it's just one receivable or 4 or 5, but it's from the same company. The total on the right, at the bottom right, 100,000. And you're going like, well, wait a minute, or you're going like, wait a minute. But you notice the over 90 day is 30,000. You're in math, you just say, whoa, that's 30%. Yeah, that's more than the 20. Therefore, all of those earlier categories, 0 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90, we chop out. Questions on that, Christina? Type into the chat. Any questions on that one? That one's most people, if you've never worked on that, it's like, that one's a little different. Okay. Christina, nope, she's good. Thank you. What about retentions under 90 days? Because remember, the over 90 days, which is so far past due, we've chopped those out already under the very first 25,000. Now let's go to the retention. When you deal with a contractor, especially if you're lending to a subcontractor, the subcontractor, like an electrical contractor, commercial electrical contractor, this company will do all the electrical work in the this new building. Well, who's the GC? The general contractor is the one that's managing the whole process, the whole job. But oftentimes the GC or general contractor will hold back, and I put in your notes off to the side of the 20,000, they'll hold back 10% of the job. In this case, it's 20,000 mathematically, the raw number. Okay. Now, why would we chop out retention? Well, it's because in this relationship, oftentimes the general contractor will not pay the full 10%. They'll say to the electrical contractor, well, you kind of messed up part of the job. I had to send my crew out there to clean it up. And so I'm not going to pay you the full 10%. I'm going to pay 8% of it. So I'm going to reduce you, discount you some. We do not want to lend on receivables that potentially could be discounted. Let's go to the concentration limit. 25%, 20 or 25. In this example, is 25, 150,000. How much would the receivables that we're working on this line, the 25% excess concentration, 400,000. Whoa, where'd you get the 400? 25% times $1 million is 250, of course. Anything above the 25%, we chop out. In this case, it's 150,000. So, and that's a given. So if it's a given, take 250 plus 150 or $400,000. 250, 150, 400,000. Now, so what was the concentration? The limit's 25%, because it goes back to the same principle we talked about at the very start of our session, where the federal bank examiners and state examiners want to see our loan portfolio, commercial loan portfolio, and total loan portfolio, including consumer, mortgage, whatever, to be diverse, to be balanced. Well, the same way here. We don't want that concentration, all our eggs in one basket. Well, the concentration was originally 40%. Where'd you get the 40? 400,000 of the million. I had a client, a CFO client, not a borrower, but a CFO client in my world today, just a few years ago. They had a 76% concentration limit. 76%. And it was like, and using these numbers, using the million just to keep the math simple, that would be $760,000. I told the customer, I said, boy, the bank's gonna exclude over $500,000. What? Just on that category, this client of mine, he freaked out. He started screaming. And I said, wait a minute, why are you screaming? They can't do that. They can't. And it was a 25% excess. So but it's still like over $500,000. And he goes, they can't do that. I said, yeah, there's too much risk. And he looks at me stern. This is my CFO client. He looks at me. I'm his CFO. He looks at me and he goes, he gets real stern. He goes, there is no risk in this relationship. I looked at him thinking like, did you really say that? And I said, well, why did you say that? In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, did you really say that? He says to me, well, I know it's 760,000 of the million, just to use these numbers to keep it light, just to illustrate. He goes, I know it's 76%, but we've been together, my company and that company, for 20 years. And the general manager of that company, this biggest client of ours, dominant client, he's been with us for 20 years. He's been in the driver's seat for 20 years as the general manager. And he's not going anywhere. And besides that, we take him on the bird hunt once a year. I'm thinking like, whoa, did you really say that to me? So I said, okay, well, I told him I did my job as the CFO. A month and a half later, what happened? The president of the company walks in my office. He is just frantic. This is a true story, by the way. He goes, I got some bad news. I go, oh no. He goes, okay, our main client? Yeah. And I'm thinking, oh no. He says, well, after over 20 years, the general manager, and he named off the general manager, and I knew who the person, or I knew the name. He goes, he just got fired yesterday. Oh, I go, what? He goes, oh, he got fired yesterday. And I'm just thinking about our conversation from a month and a half before. And I looked at him and I said, oh, that's not good. He goes, oh no, you haven't heard the worst of the story. And I'm thinking in the back of my mind, what could be worse? He goes, well, his replacement is a gentleman that we know. I go, oh, that's good. He goes, oh no, it's not good. He says, this new replacement, this new general manager, was a general manager of a previous client of ours, customer from a couple of years back. And all we did was fight. And we had a combative relationship from day one. I looked at him and I'm thinking, oh no, 76% concentration, and the decision-making is in the hands of a bitter enemy of my client. Whoa. And I looked at him and I said, well, what are you doing to, quote unquote, extend the hand of friendship? He looked at me and he goes, oh, well, we've already got him booked for the next bird hunt. True story. But I'm thinking like, what? I was even shocked. I mean, when I told him the month and a half before and explained the concentration and he's justifying it, I even started to buy into it, thinking, well, 20 years and he's not going anywhere and all this. And that changes less than a month and a half later. Let's move forward. Go down to state, city, municipality, 50,000. It's not a matter of if the city of Marquette, Michigan, pays their bills. It's a matter of timing. It's when they pay their bills. Moving right along further, go down to affiliates, intercompany, subsidiary. Bob and Sue have another company, besides ABC LLC, XYZ LLC. Maybe one is a union shop, one's a non-union shop in the manufacturing. There are receivables and payables between the two entities. Statistically, there's nothing there. That's just on paper. Look at employees down below, 20,000 employees, 20,000. Employees notoriously default on their payroll advance loans. They move on, they get terminated, they move on, whatever. 1 million minus the combined of all the ineligibles, 291 gives us the 709 times the advance rate of 75% gives us the 531, 750. John, any questions on this one? John, and I'll ask Jacob as well. John and Jacob, any questions on this one? Any questions at all? Looking at the BBC, dissecting it deeper. Any questions? If you'll respond, John and Jacob, in the chat, please. Have any questions at all? While we wait on that, Jeremy, any questions on this? Any questions?
I'm sorry, could you just explain the math one more time, how you got the 150 out of the 400,000? I guess
Okay.
if that's over the 25%
Yep.
of the total
You
ARs,
take-
but
Okay, you take 25%, good question, 25% times the million is 250. Okay, 250,000. Anything above the 250, we would chop out because it's too highly concentrated. Well, remember, this is just, these numbers are just plugged in just to illustrate. The 150 means, hey, wait a minute. How much was the concentration? How much was the receivables from one entity? 400,000. Anything above 25%, or just to keep the numbers simple, 250,000 is chopped out. If it's 150 that's chopped out, 150 plus the 250, 400.
okay, I see what you're saying now.
You
Thank
bet. You bet. Great. Okay, now from the chat. Okay. All right. Now, Jacob has a comment. We typically get our BBC signed. Is that typical? Yes. Now, not to speak out of school, I train in another class, Jacob, where there's actually a signature line at the bottom for you, the lender, to sign, or your loan officer, and the Janes of the world to sign, the CFO. In fact, it's more common to have the CFO sign that than Bob and Sue, the principals, because, you know, she's the CFO. She's the one creating this report. Very good point. So some banks do this. Some banks don't. A lot of banks don't, Jacob. A lot of banks don't. But if you do, and I do have another version of this where there's a little warranty statement, meaning they're attesting, hey, these numbers are real, and then you sign almost, you know, and then they sign as well. Absolutely. Good point. Okay, John asks, is it 100% of the municipality AR? Typically, yes. Typically, you would chop out 100% of the municipality. In this example is 50,000. Now, let me talk out of the other side of my mouth. You may not chop out any of the receivable from the municipality or the state, city, whatever municipality. If, for example, you may bank a contractor, like I banked a contractor, he did almost, when I was on your side of the table, he did almost exclusive school construction, meaning building primarily elementary and middle school or junior high. No high schools. That was a different area. Mainly elementary schools. For him, it was cookie cutter. Well, if you chopped out his due from the school district, which is like, in that same realm, city, state, municipality. If you chopped out those receivables, 100%, you cannot lend to this company at all. That's the one point to remember. That the other point to remember is this. He had it down to a science. Most contractors that deal with municipalities or school districts or whatever, even though they're dealing with a governmental entity or agency, they have figured out how to get paid usually within 10 days or 2 weeks at the most. A lot of times. All the other contractors or subcontractors, pardon me, oh no, they're hung out. They're stretched out 60, 90 days even. Part of it is their experience in that niche or that niche, whatever, in that particular area. So for this client, he had figured out his was a 10-day to 2-week cycle of pay. He told me, he goes, I know all these other contractors, they'll complain to him and he doesn't say a word. And they'll say, man, these people meaning the school district takes forever to make these, to pay us. And he has, in the back of his mind, he's going like, well, because you haven't figured out the model. But that's part of this company's strength. Once again, in that situation, no, you could not. You would eliminate that line item from the BBC. Absolutely. Otherwise, you couldn't lend to them. Any other questions, comments on the BBC before we move forward? This is excellent discussion, by the way. Very good questions. Okay.
Dave, one point on the over 90 days, generally, my experience has been that the date it starts counting is the invoice date. Whereas a lot of borrowers consider it the date that it's due, which might be 30 days after the invoice.
And is this Terry? Is this Terry asking the question?
Yes.
Okay, Terry, can you hold that thought?
Okay.
Oh, you're spooking me. We're going to cover this because a lot of lenders miss this. Wow, just hold that thought for just a moment. We'll come back to it. Okay, let's turn to page number 11. Now we're going to go into section number 4. Section number 4, receivable inventory and equipment collateral. Section number 4. General source and quality of receivables. Okay, that's a general statement. Looking at when you look at the aging report, we want to look at that. Under part B, we talked about governmental. I'd highlight governmental and the word timing over to the far right. Under part C, I would highlight individual receivables. Don't hesitate to ask Jane to comment on a particular individual receivable. And I'll just say it straight out. I would not ask George. Oh, no way. Why? George is too far removed, most likely. He's going to say, I got to call Jane or you call Jane. Jane meets with Bob and Sue typically weekly. A lot of people don't realize, a lot of lenders I find don't realize internally, especially your larger borrowers, they have internal cash flow meetings once a week. What? Absolutely. With my CFO clients, no, not the smaller, not the small, but the big ones. Oh yeah. The CFO, the controller, the owner or owners. Oh, absolutely. Senior management, maybe sometimes even VP of operations. Cash flow meeting once a week, reviewing all the receivables, reviewing the timing, because cash flow is the survival of the business. Now for part D. Okay. Let's start with the second one because Terry just asked this. Just asked this question. Then we'll go to the first one under part D. What a lot of lenders don't realize, there is a quote unquote hidden, I would never use that word in front of Jane or Bob and Sue or George even, but there is oftentimes a hidden 30-day window in the AR aging report of the receivables that you never see. It's called a not yet due. So when you look at the typical AR aging report and you see 0 to 30 days, 31 to 60, 61 to 90, over 90. Now, there's already 30 days that has lapsed before the 0 to 30 days. It's already 30 days old. What? Absolutely. Called not yet due. Now, not all AR aging reports do this, but a lot of accounting systems have this, and you may not realize it. I would put this in your notes under that second bullet point there, that second point, 30-day.
David?
Go ahead.
What I generally see is a lot of, QuickBooks agings, and they'll have a column that's called current, which
same idea. Same idea.
Yeah, which is the equivalent of your not yet due.
Exactly. Same idea, Terry. Same exact idea. Now, I would ask Jane, if it doesn't show not yet due, if it doesn't show current, I would ask Jane, the CFO, without offending and without embarrassing, but just say, well, is there a 30-day not yet due? And I've seen controllers that know, or CFOs, they know they know this situation, and they will just submit to you the AR aging report with the BBC and just act like, well, that's fine. Now I put a little note below the 30 days, one more note, we move forward. Some commercial lenders, to compensate for this, instead of everything on the BBC, and this ties into the loan docs, into specifically the business loan agreement, if you use Laser Pro software to generate your loan docs. because that's where you'll see the covenants outlined, including the formula for the BBC. Some lenders will use, they will exclude any receivables over 60 days. So instead of back, and I'm going to turn back to page number 10, instead of everything over 90, 90, 90, 90, you see at the top of this page in the BBC, it's 60, 60, 60, 60, because they recognize this issue on the second item under Part D. Just a thought. But most lenders don't. Nationwide, my observation, most lenders do not. Commercial lenders in America today, in the banks today. But there's a portion that do, because they recognize that. Okay, now let's go to the first line. Here's another thing, and I never told you this one. If you told somebody, and this is especially for the bankers in Michigan. Why? Because I train the CPAs in Michigan as well as the bankers. I'm on the faculty of Cal CPA in California, but I also train other states, including Michigan CPAs. Well, the reason why I say this is I visit, well, this is pre-pandemic, and I'm going to be doing Zoom-based in the next couple of months with the CPA, with the CPA group for the entire state of Michigan. Well, a lot of these CPAs are CFOs. They're the Janes of the world. So please, I deny I ever told you this, but this is truth. You see the word rebill. I put this in your notes. This stays in our classroom, please. I beg of you. A lot of times when Bob and Sue and Jane, and maybe the general manager or a VP of operations, sits down and has their weekly cash flow meeting, if a receivable is getting close to jumping over the hurdle of over 90 days, Sue may blurt out, "Hey, Jane, we're still negotiating that deal. We want you," Bob and I talked, "we want you to rebill that receivable." Whoa, what is she? If she does it, what is she really doing? Jane, the CFO, is reclassifying that receivable. And all of a sudden it goes from almost over 90 days to back into the 0 to 30-day category. It's called a rebill. Is it deception? Absolutely. Could you justify it if you were the borrower? Maybe. But I've seen it where, well, we're negotiating that deal. Well, even though you're negotiating that receivable, the company is, notwithstanding, it's still going to be over 90 days in the next few days. It's deception. Now you may say, "Oh, well, I can pick up on that. I've got 3 months of AR aging reports and I can track them." Well, good luck. I'll tell you why. And I say this tongue in cheek, a good CFO controller, because most agings have a code number, a job code number. They'll change the job code number on you. And they may even change slightly the dollar amount. Whoa, good luck. Just a thought. Questions on this? Septarshi, questions on this one? Questions on the 2 parts on Part D?
No, I'm good for now. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Michael, any questions on Part D? Any questions, Michael?
Nope, no questions.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Now, one last item. We take our second break of the morning. Write-offs, charge-offs. Most of your borrowers from an accounting perspective will use the direct write-off or charge-off method. Now, what is that? Well, they wait. Jane waits until George texts her, emails her, calls her and says, "It's time to charge off XYZ receivable." Most of your borrowers, even your large borrowers, use the less sophisticated method for managing bad debt. The more sophisticated is the allowance method, where there is a reserve built, similar to the loan loss reserve in your bank. Same concept. Now, in the bank, we call it loan loss reserve, or officially today, allowance for loan and lease loss reserve. But keep this in mind. When you're looking at those AR, wow, Sometimes all of a sudden one's gone. Well, what's that? Well, the CPA says we got to charge this off. Direct write off. Turn to page number 12. Let's go ahead. Let's take our 5-minute break and we'll come on back. And we'll go right into inventory equipment and proceed forward. Talk to you in 5 minutes, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll take just a moment and we'll get started. Okay, Jose, are you back with us? Would you do our sound check, please?
Sorry, I'm right here.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Okay, now inventory. Just a few little comments on inventory. Look at the type of inventory: raw material, work in process, finished goods. Typically, not always, but typically, I'd put a number 1 next to finished goods. Priority of collateral, finished goods. Number 2 would be raw material. And number 3, work in process. Some banks say, oh, we're not going to lend in work in process. It's kind of half baked. In some settings, though, it would go raw material number 1, finished goods number 2 of priority, and number 3, work in process. What about the inventory costing system? You remember your accounting days: FIFO, first in, first out; LIFO, last in, first out. First in, first out, the company buys inventory in January, they sell it in January, February, March. It flows with the normal physical flow of the inventory. Whereas LIFO, last in, first out, we assign the last inventory purchased in December as if it's the first inventory sold in January. Pardon me, if inventory cost rises through the year, and I put this next to LIFO, please. If inventory cost rises through the year, using LIFO, you may have some hidden equity in the inventory. What? Well, think of it this way. We're artificially assigning the higher cost of the inventory at the end of the period as if it's the first sold, last in, first out. So you're artificially bumping up your cost of goods sold. You're lowering your gross profit, lowering net profit, lowering your tax bill to the IRS, to the Uncle Sam, what have you. But by doing so, there may be some hidden equity within the inventory. Down below under C and D, site visits, the quality, huge benefit to doing site visits, to keep up on this client, to physically go out, as you can see this warehouse facility in the picture, to physically go kick the tires. Let me ask Scott, do your lenders go out regularly at your bank and do site visits to look at inventory, equipment, so forth?
We do. Our C&I portfolio is declined a bit. If you exclude PPP loans, we're probably closer to 20% of the whole portfolio. So we have some customers we visit,
Okay.
but it's still, somewhat of a minority of commercial bankers' jobs.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Moving right along. Third and final in this section, section number 4, equipment. Now we've talked equipment already. Quality, age, look at the value under Part B. If it's a smaller piece of equipment, 300,000, 400, relatively small. Are you going to get an appraisal of fair market value? No. But what if it's 3 million? Oh, absolutely. Now, just quickly on the depreciation. From the book standpoint, straight line, you remember that from your accounting days, units of production. Straight line is level. Units of production, if it's like a vehicle or a machine, so much cents per mile driven, or if it's a machine, so many hours. Double declining balance is 2 times the straight line. And then from a tax standpoint, makers, modified accelerated cost recovery system, typically most equipment is depreciated per the maker's schedule at 5 years. So not surprising, it matches up to the most typical amortization schedule. What about section 179 from a tax standpoint and bonus depreciation? These are both, and even the makers, all 3 of these are found on form 4562. Section 179 today, in the tax code today, your borrowers can write off up to $1,050,000 in 21 in this year, $1,050,000 total in one shot, as long as they don't purchase more than $2,620,000, $2,620,000 in new equipment, Okay. So up to $1,050,000. So if Bob and Sue and their manufacturing firm in Wausau, if they bought a new piece of equipment for $750,000, that's all the equipment they buy that year. Well, that's below the 2.6, a little over 2.6 million. And it's definitely below the $1,050,000, so they can write it all off. Absolutely. But do you add Section 179 depreciation back into your EBITDA cash flow? Up under makers, essentially all commercial lenders will add it back into the EBITDA. Earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization, and depletion. I'd put in your notes off to the side of D1. It's about a 60-40 split. 60% of our industry today will not add back. Commercial underwriters, credit analysts, loan officers will not add back Section 179 depreciation. Pardon me, if they're using the tax return as the source document. They will add back maybe if they're in the 40% camp. By the way, why does the 60%, why the little more than majority, why 60% roughly won't add it back? Well, we don't add back fuel expense, and that's a cash outlay. We don't add back salary expense. So they're expensing the purchase of this piece of equipment, and they paid out the cash to buy it. Why are we adding it? Why would we add it back in? Here are two arguments in order to add it back in. Argument number one, whose cash was it to buy that equipment? The bank's loan. 80-90% of it was the bank. Maybe even if you did 100% finance on the equipment, 100%. That's the first argument. Number two, what if ABC LLC only buys equipment once every 5, 6, 7 years? It's a non-recurring event. So why don't we add it back in? No matter what your bank does, my recommendation, you're consistent. Don't have one underwriter do it one way and one underwriter do it a different way. Okay, Brad, if you can tell us in the chat, does your bank add back Section 179 depreciation? Does your bank? And while we wait on that, I'll ask also Zoe. Zoe will ask you as well. Okay, yes or no? Now, Brad says yes, they do. They're part of the 40%. Zoe, do you know? Does your bank add back Section 179? Okay. All right, here it comes. Depending on the equipment, but we do most of the time. Thank you. So you're both pretty much in the 40%. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just pointing out that approximately 60% of all banks in America today do not, 40% do. But in my opinion, the most important is consistency amongst the lenders. Look at bonus depreciation. Used to be 50%, now it's 100%. It is extremely aggressive from a tax standpoint, legitimate though. And I'd add this to your notes next to D2. Most all commercial lenders do not add that back in, if ever. Makers, everybody. Section 179 kind of split, bonus, no way. Moving forward. Now for section number 5 of our 8 sections. Just a little section on financial statement analysis. Of course, we have the 4 financial statements. In our good, solid underwriting of the operating business, our key ratio and our cash flow modeling, we've primarily used number 1, the income statement, number 3, the balance sheet. Okay, I'd highlight those 2. Now down below, you can see the 5-step model. We look at liquidity. So for example, the current ratio for liquidity to analyze the operating business. Activity, AR, AP, and inventory turnover. Accounts receivable, accounts payable, and inventory turnover. Leverage. We typically look at the debt to equity ratio. Debt to equity ratio. Operating performance, the profit margins, both gross and net profit margins. Net gross and net profit margins. And lastly, the cash flow. Cash in versus cash out. We look at the big three. EBITDA for the business, personal for Bob and Sue. So ABC LLC, the business, personal for Bob and Sue, the owners, business owners, guarantors. And number three, the global cash flow. And so we do good, solid underwriting of the C&I credit from an operating business perspective. By the way, what is your typical minimum DCR, debt coverage ratio, or DSCR, debt service coverage ratio, on your EBITDA formula? Jeremy, what's your typical minimum? What's your typical minimum DCR?
Sorry about that. Usually 1.20, or if we're looking at
1.20? Okay,
or post
good.
distribution, it might be 1. But
Okay, good. That's the most common. That is the minimum standard nationwide right now. Nationwide, 1.20. Jeremy, what about on the personal cash flow of the business owner? What's your minimum?
We're typically not looking at the number as strongly as just kind of overall support. And we typically look at them more if like the business cash flow isn't really supporting.
Okay. All right, no problem. Some lenders do that. Some lenders say, oh no, our minimum is also a 1.20 for the personal cash flow for the business owners. What about your global cash flow, Jeremy? What's your minimum standard debt coverage?
For global, we're typically just looking at that for like our larger relationship borrowers, maybe like, large real estate developers, and it'll be written into the covenant, but it'd be probably 1.2.
1.2. Nationwide, the global cash flow nationwide in our industry today is 1.2 minimum. Everybody, I'd write that down. Excellent. Thank you, Jeremy. Now let's move forward. Turn forward to page number 15, our section number 6 of our 8 sections. Just a little snippet on loan doc, pricing, and managing. Okay. Page number 15, we document the deal. Okay, just to talk just briefly on the C&I credit specifically. Of course, we have the promissory note, business loan agreement. I mentioned that earlier, corporate resolution, so forth. From a collateral standpoint, we've got the security agreement, the UCC filing, title if it's a moving vehicle. What about under Part B2? On that UCC filing on the equipment, is it a general filing or specific? In some ways, in some situations, if it's just kind of a generic group of equipment, we do the general filing. But if it's a significant large piece of equipment by itself, in my opinion, it would behoove us to do a specific purchase money filing. Absolutely, both in the security agreement matched up to the UCC1 filing. Specific. Why? Because, and I'd put in your notes, from a legal standpoint, your bank will have the superior rights as a purchase money creditor. Let's say that ABC LLC in Wausau has 3 banks in the mix. All 3 banks have provided equipment finance. Bank 1, your bank, specific filing, purchase money on this one piece of equipment. Bank number 2, general filing. Bank number 3, general filing. ABC LLC goes under. ABC LLC goes under. Okay. All of a sudden you're in court. There are 3 attorneys in court. Your attorney and the 2 other bank respective attorneys. Your attorney stands up. She stands up and says, Your Honor, we want the court to know that, she says, my client, XYZ Bank, is a purchase money creditor. Our loan was used to buy that specific piece of equipment. Now, she does not use the word gem because she doesn't want to rub it in that, we've got the filing on that one piece, and these 2 other banks are just all the miscellaneous pieces of equipment. From a collateral standpoint, from a collection standpoint, from a liquidation standpoint, traditionally, which is more valuable? The specific piece. The judge looks over the information. He goes, I agree. Boom, he awards it to your bank, bank one. Your attorney grabs that equipment underneath her arm, not physically, but legally, walks out the door. She's smiling. There are 2 sets of laser beams on the back of her head. Who are those? The eyeballs from the 2 other attorneys. Oh, they're fuming because they had already argued in front of the judge. Judge, Your Honor, we think that all 3 of the banks should share and share alike. Well, they both know they've got scrap for collateral, not your bank. That's why they argue that. Moving right along. Pricing. Most banks, of course, most community banks based off prime, Wall Street Journal prime. Some community banks will have their own base rate. Okay, I'm going to ask Scott, can you tell us in your community bank, do you have your own prime or base rate or reference rate, or do you use the Wall Street Journal prime?
Well, for floating rates loans, we do use Wall Street Journal Prime. For
Got it.
term rates, we do use the Federal Home Loan Bank
Okay.
as a reference, and then we
Okay.
decide on spreads based on various credit grades for so-called minimums below which the officer would need to get some type of special approval.
Good. I love that. So what you're saying is, if it's variable, you use the Wall Street Journal prime, which is most common. If it's fixed, you play off the Federal Home Loan, whatever, 10-year, and then you adjust it, but it's a fixed rate. So you do not use part 2 on the variable. My observation is a lot of community banks got into this pre-Great Recession, pre-08, 09, 10, but post, they've gotten away from it. It's just easier just to reference the Wall Street prime. Look at part B. If you're in a large bank, large regional bank, a Chase, a Wells Fargo, maybe even in your community bank, but not as much, you can give them even other short-term pricing, LIBOR, you can see, which is migrating to SOFRs. Was supposed to be done already, or pretty much, but a lot of things with COVID, a lot of things have been delayed. This is other index. Look at part C. Commercial real estate versus C&I. Wow, the fees, you cannot compare. That's why it's so tempting as a community bank to load everything up in the CRE world, not C&I. The fees are higher in the CRE world. Look at the terms. Typical, we'll see this when we go into our real estate section after lunch. 20-due and 5, 20-due and 5. 20-year amortization, 5-year call, the most common structure of a permanent CRE loan in America today in our industry. I put off to the side of the 20-due and 5. Typically, statistically, I saw a report just less than 6 months ago. These CRE loans will stay on the bank's books for 7 to 8 years. What about the 5-year equipment loan, term, C&I loan? Maybe 2 or 3 years at the very most. So it's tempting to load up complete CRE, but we can't do it. We've got to be diverse. Moving forward. Now manage, this leads us right into managing the portfolio. There's runoff in the CRE world, of course. There's more, there's more runoff in the C&I than the CRE. Takes time under part B to put these C&I credits on the books relative dollar-wise and so forth. But you got to do it, not just because the bank examiners insist on it, as we discussed earlier, but look at part C. We've got to be diverse. We've got to be diverse. It goes back to the same principle of the BBC when we talked extensively on the concentration limit. Well, remember, and please add this to your notes somewhere at the bottom of this page. Your borrower is a lender. What? Oh, yeah. ABC LLC is as much a lender as your bank is. What? Oh, yes. They extend terms. They give 30, 45, 60-day terms on all their clients. They borrow from you. They lend to someone else in the form in form of receivables. So please, everyone at the bottom of this page, please put in your notes. My borrower is a lender. So let's take it one step further. When you analyze your C&I operating business borrower, in the back of your mind, I beg of each of you to consider and write this down. How effective is my borrower as a lender? How effective are they? You ask Jane, how do you scrutinize your clients? Well, most of them, we've been together for 15 or 20 years. And then she looks at you and she says off the record, well, that's what Bob and Sue say to me every day. But what Jane is pushing for extensively, Jane is pushing for more underwriting, getting the financial statements from any new borrowers. You notice I use the word borrowers, clients, customers, analyzing, using the key ratios we just did a little snippet on, including the EBITDA cash flow. Absolutely. But she gets pushback. Not only does she get pushback from the existing clients, because she's even trying to nudge them forward into getting the financial statements from them. We've been with you for 5 years. Well, 15 or 20 is one thing. 5, she's going to push them a little more. But where she really gets the pushback is from Bob and Sue. Their mentality is, oh, how do we lend? Meaning, how do we give credit? Oh, relationships. If it works out, great. 20 years, great. If it doesn't, oh, well, we write it off. Look at part D. Niche or niche. In the C&I world, we've got to be a niche player, such as a rental fleet. I worked on the lending team. We had a rental fleet on the team, meaning as a major credit. Now, it wasn't one of the big, Avis or Hertz or any of those, the big ones, whatever, but it was, local, but it was sizable. And it was a way to put some sizable C&I money out there versus CRE. That leads us right into section number 7 of our 8 sections, marketing. Now, we're going to stop right there. We come back from our lunch break. We'll do our little snippet on marketing and then the case studies, and we'll conclude the C&I section. And then we'll go right into CRE. So in this section, we're going to talk about how to be better marketers. Now, once again, just if you just think about this during the break. How can I just don't work on it, just in the back of your mind. How can I be a better marketer in my bank of the C&I credits? Just a thought. We'll come back, do this little snippet, 3 case studies, they're little mini case studies, and then move right into CRE. By the way, we will have a marketing section in the CRE section. When we get there, we'll just buzz right through it pretty quick. What we're going to do is take this model and flip it from C&I over to CRE. Okay. So with that, let's take our 30-minute break for lunch, and then we'll come on back. Thank you, everyone. Talk to you in 30 minutes. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Christina, would you do us a favor and do the sound check? You can just do it through the chat, just to give us just to make sure we're up to speed, if you will. Can you give us a sound check there? Please. Okay, excellent. Welcome back, she says. Great. Thank you. Okay, now let's go ahead. We're going to do our little snippet on marketing and then our 3 case studies and then roll right into CRE lending. Okay, marketing, market assessment. This first part is marketing the C&I loans. I had you think about this during the break. The first thing you would do is under part A, I would put in your notes, you assess the entire business community, all different industries in your town or city or metro area. Number 2, under part B, you would segment or split off a particular segment. For example, let's say you have in your market, you have tourism, you have light manufacturing, you have higher education, you got a university or a couple of colleges in the area, you have agriculture, those 4. Okay. Well, let's say as a bank, as a community bank, you decide we're going to market to the C&I, but we're going to segment and focus on the ag. So that becomes your under part C, your target market. Now, specifically, you're going to create this equipment, this equipment financing program. Under part D1, under the 4 P's of marketing or the marketing mix, the product I'd put off to the side of D1, please, in your notes. You're going to put in your notes, please, specific program related just to ag, equipment financing. What about the place under part 2? Physical or virtual? Physically, you have 10 branches. You're in a community bank with 10 branches. You put a banner in each one of your branches, a banner in each branch, if you would. Okay, now moving forward, what about virtual? You put an ad or a little section, an ad on your bank's website, and or your business clients cannot even get into their checking accounts online. They got to look at your ad first, if you will. Physical or virtual? What about price? I put in your notes, very competitive. This program is very competitive. You noted on flexible deals, good pricing, and you're targeting into the ag industry, but specifically on the equipment financing. In fact, quite frankly, what you're going to run into is you're going to be competing on these C&I credits with a lot of the manufacturers financing arm, if you will. But you can do it. Advertise only, I put in your notes, only targeted advertising into certain ag or farm publications, either hard print and or online. Personal selling, you beef up on this. You hire a couple of extra business development officers as a community bank that have ag backgrounds to go out into the farm community and get the momentum going on this marketing program for these C&I credits, which is primarily equipment financing. Moving right along. Turn forward to page number 19. Further in marketing. Life cycle. If you're the loan officer or if you work with the loan officer and he or she goes out, let's say she meets with Bob and Sue and Jane. Well, let's say it's still in the ag world. Is this operation, and we would want to ask ourselves this even from a marketing / credit underwriting perspective, is this operation in the birth, growth, maturity, decline, or rebirth? And you can see the life cycle of this career in front of you on the little illustration. Well, it's the same way with careers, same way with businesses, same way with products, same way with industries. You meet with Bob and Sue and Jane. Let's say they're the farm operation now. Okay. Sue blurts out, well, we've got really 3 parts of our operation. One of them is definitely maturity heading in decline. One is kind of more in the stable, high growth. The other one, late growth, early maturity. The other one is early growth. Wow, they've got a handle on their marketing. What about you, marketing? You determine, well, where is this industry? Where is the various parts of the industry? What about market continuum? Pure competition, right below that, I'd put wheat or barley. It's a grain. Those are grains. Easy entry, easy exit. Over underneath monopoly, pardon me, I'd put power company. There's only one in the market. What about monopolistic competition? A lot of players, a lot of competitors, but some barriers to entry, I would put underneath restaurants. Okay, I'm going to ask the question straight out. Septarshi, how many restaurants roughly would you say in your town or metro area? Just throw out a number, if you would, please.
About like 150.
150. Okay. All right. Zoe, how about you in your market, in your area? If you can type into the chat, Zoe, how many restaurants roughly in your area? Well, we wait on that. Brad, how about you? In your market, Brad, how many restaurants are there roughly? You can also submit. Okay, we got the submitting. Brad says about 100. Okay. Scott in Wausau, how many restaurants roughly do you have? Just throw out a number if you would, please.
We like to eat in Wausau, so let's say 175.
175. I love it. Okay. There's a lot of competitions, though. There's still a lot of competition, but some barriers to entry. It's a higher end restaurant where you're going to be serving, the restaurant's going to be serving liquor and so forth and various drinks or whatever. They have to have the liquor license. Oligopoly means a few sellers. Banks in Rhinelander, Wisconsin. Okay. We're going to ask Scott, how many banks would you say are in Rhinelander?
If we exclude credit unions, no, let's include them. I would say within a 7-mile radius to Rhinelander, there's probably 10 banks and credit union locations.
Okay, good. That's still an oligopoly. It's still considered a few. It's not like 30 or 50 or 100 or 200 or whatever. Some small towns in Wisconsin, some small towns in Michigan, including up in the UP. Oh, maybe 2 banks, 3 banks, even a smaller oligopoly. Everybody knows each other. They know that everybody knows the players. Absolutely. Well, what about in the ag industry, in your county or your area that you're focusing your C&I marketing on? Same idea. Where is this proposed borrower, ABC LLC, this farm operator? Let's turn forward. Now, for our 8th and final section, C&I, 3 mini case studies. We're going to do these individually. So in other words, what I'd like to have you do on this first one, pardon me, please, if you will read the scenario and then answer the question down below, what would you do? What do you do? And let me give you just a highlight, just a focus, and you can see it's underlined. Your role in this scenario, you are VP Commercial Loan Officer, but you have worked primarily in income, producing CRE loans, which we're going to talk about in just a moment. But your world's changed. Your world has changed. And now you're expected to go out, do C&I. Take a moment, read the scenario, answer the question down below. I'll ask a few of you your thoughts, your comments on this. What do you do? What do you do if you're faced with this? And I've actually seen this. That's a lot of these case studies. Most of these case studies are all based off real situations I've seen in my career. Take just a moment on this one. What would you do? Specifically, what would you do? Okay, I'm going to ask John and Jacob to chime in through the chat. If you'll tell us, what would you do if this was you? If this was you were faced with this situation? Take just a moment, if you would, please. Okay, here's some feedback. Jacob says, I take a refresher class such as today, right? And reach out to my CRE clients. Absolutely. And if you've been, he says also, if you've been a CRE lender for any length of time, boy, there, for example, some of those clients, you may have a client that has a business park with, 20 or 30 or 50 tenants. Every one of them has a need, probably within the C&I world, equipment, lines of credit, you name it. Good, Jacob. Excellent. All right. Any other comments on that one? Good. Thank you. Let's move forward. Case study number, oh, here, wait, before we do that, here comes John's feedback. Determine C&I products at institution, market to potential clients. Good. Excellent. I like the idea that, wait a minute, we got to see, well, what products do we have? Now we could always add products in theory, but at least initially, well, what do we have to offer right now? Good point. Good point, John. Okay, now let's turn to scenario number 2, page number 21. You're a branch manager. That is your position. That's your role in this case study. Go ahead, and if you'll read this one, what would you do? What would you do in this situation? Okay, what would you do? Your commercial loan officer says, oh, they're not bankable. We got to pass it this time. What do you do? Okay, let me ask Alex and let me ask Brad if you can chime in, please. Alex and Brad, if you'll submit, tell us, what would you do? What are just a few of your thoughts on this case study, please? What would you do? Okay, just a moment, if you'll submit that. Alex and Brad, what would you do if you were this branch manager? What could you do? Do you just say, well, I guess my hands are tied, I'm going to lose this relationship? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not, though. Okay, here we come. Brad says, meet with the lender, try to understand the reasoning, see if alternative products partners, lenders could be utilized. I like that. I personally like the idea that at least you have a sit down with this lender. Absolutely. Because they may have missed something. There may be something that they don't, or what have you. But number 2 is maybe they didn't miss anything. And now we say, well, wait a minute. As you can see on that last paragraph, the third paragraph, maybe you approach what is called a non-bank ABL lender. There's a lot of them out there. Why do you approach a non-bank? Well, you give this relationship to the non-bank ABL lender with the understanding that you don't give it to another bank. No, I manage, meaning I'm the branch manager, I manage the deposits. And when they get strong enough, stable enough as a company, we then do the bank financing. Absolutely. Good. Let's go ahead and go to page number 22, our third and final case study. You're the lending center manager. Boy, see, you just had a meeting with senior management. Wow. And the marching orders have definitely changed. Read the scenario, please, and answer the question, what do you do? Once again, you're the commercial lending center manager. And senior management, boy, they want immediate response, immediate action. What do you do? Take just a moment on this one, if you would, please. Okay, let's ask Scott. Scott, can you tell us, if you were this manager and senior management's telling you this new direction, what would you do? What are some of the steps you would actually do?
Well, the first things that I put down off the top of my head, the first two are similar, and is management comfortable or identifying some type of niche and a related pricing philosophy so that we can be consistent on our approach and believe that it's competitive. And then because they're in such a hurry, I take a look at the existing commercial banking team members to see who might be able to pivot to that fastest, and to
Ooh.
take a small group at first to pursue and to incent them to pursue this new type of lending, perhaps a new to the bank incentive, or a mix of pricing and tracked by future credit losses or something, so that they have an incentive to try to move quickly.
Good. I like that. Those are good. Excellent. Any other comments from anyone that would like to chime in to what Scott just said, or follow up? That's very good. I like the concept of looking at your individuals, your people, your employees, and determining, boy, who could we tap to really start this and to shift the pendulum, if you will, or shift the focus, if you will. Good. Okay, well, let's go ahead. Page number 23. C&I lending is old new banking. C&I lending is here to stay. It can be profitable if we market it correctly, if we do our solid commercial loan underwriting, follow the models we covered, using the BBCs, using the good solid underwriting, using our knowledge of what we discussed with AR, inventory and equipment, collateral issues as well. Absolutely. Okay, with that, everyone, if you'll put this PowerPoint to the side and pull out the hard copy of the commercial real estate lending. And give me just a minute on this. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up the second presentation. Okay, give me just a second on that. Okay, you should have that right there in front of you. Okay, before we go into the CRE piece, and a couple of you have already given us the numbers, but we're going to restate this. I'm going to think for just a moment, what number would you give yourself with CRE lending? 10 is the highest. This is your experience with CRE lending, commercial real estate lending. 10 is, like we did before, the scale 1 to 10. 10 is the highest, 1 is the lowest. How would you rate your skill set right now in CRE lending? How would you rate it? For those in the chat, if you would just go ahead and submit. If you go ahead and just submit into the chat, just your number, we're starting to do it. Okay. So take just a moment now, while everyone submits into the chat on the chat side, I'm going to ask the other members of our class to tell us, what is your number? Jeremy, what's your number? What is your number in CRE?
I said 6 on this.
6. Okay. Excellent. Saptarshi, what's your number in CRE lending?
I would say 6 as well.
Okay. Michael, how about you?
I would also say about a 6.
6. Terry, how about you?
I'm gonna go along with the gang. I'm a 6.
I love it. Okay. And Jose, how about you? What's your number?
I'll put myself at a 4.
A 4. Okay. Excellent. Scott, what number would you give yourself on CRE lending?
I think similar to a C&I, I think a 7 close.
Okay, good, excellent. Okay, now, now from the chat, hold on, let me just pull these up. All right. Okay, I love it. Brad is an 8.5. Excellent. Thank you, Brad. John, pardon me, is a 5. Zoe is an 8. Okay. Jacob is a 6. Pardon me. And John, well, John is a 5. Okay, John, hold on a second with that. Yep, John's a 5. Okay, good. We got that. So let's see if I've missed any. Nope, we got them all. Thank you. Excellent. Okay, now moving forward. Commercial real estate lending. Let's move page number 2. Bio, page number 3. Now our first major activity. Now, if you'll put this in your notes at the top of this first page, we have 7 sections that we're going to cover in this presentation. The first is introduction. If you put that in your notes, introduction. The second, pardon me, the second is the commercial real estate market. The commercial real estate market. What? Meaning not lending, but the actual market itself, the CRE market. Section number 3 is marketing. Now, as I mentioned right before the lunch break, we get to that. We'll go through that real quick because we just reviewed it. We just, on the C&I, we just flip it over to the CRE version. So section number 3 is marketing. Section number 4, underwriting the CRE credit. 3 sub models under underwriting that we're going to look at. So number 4 is underwriting. Number 5, cash flow analysis. Number 6, the loan write-up all the way through to committee, to loan doc, to closing, to monitoring the CRE credit. Kind of we do the upfront underwriting, and it's kind of more the back end where we summarize the underwriting in this into the loan write-up, committee, presentation, loan, we get approval, doc, close, monitor. That's number 6. And then lastly, number 7, we have a little snippet at the end of this presentation on problem commercial real estate workout loans, workout deals. Think you'll find interesting. Okay, intro. Commercial real estate lending, of course, you can see under A through D under part 2. We do a construction loan, we do a mini perm, we do a permanent. Most of your banks will do permanent loans. Some of your banks will also do construction. What is a mini perm? I put in your notes, also known as a bridge loan. If Bob and Sue, and let's shift Bob and Sue and ABC LLC, Jane and George from Wausau, and we're going to shift them over to Lansing. Okay, Michigan. They're in the Lansing market. Okay. Bob and Sue have this company. It's a manufacturing firm, same ABC LLC. Although, as you saw in the first presentation, boy, they went from manufacturer to party rental company, commercial real estate developer. I mean, on and on, all different types. Let's say they're the manufacturer. They've been renting for 10 years. They say, hey, we'd like to own our own building. There's a business park, the pads, we need to build the building. Would you finance it for us? Oh, yeah, you bet. Your bank says that. You do the construction. Do you need a mini perm or bridge? No, because when the building's done, as soon as they get the C of O, the certificate of occupancy, they move into the building. But what if it's a different Bob and Sue, different ABC LLC? What if this ABC LLC is instead a commercial real estate developer? And they are going to put up, a pretty sizable building, 20, 30,000 square feet. Let's say it's even, let's say if it's because let's say they've gone even a little smaller. Let's say, just to keep it simple, it's 10,000 square feet with 5 suites anticipated, roughly 2,000 apiece, square feet apiece, in a business park, but it's a professional business park. They've already slated, they already got pre-leased. Suite number 1, local CPA. Bob and Sue have known her for years. Next suite, a local attorney. Next suite, a local architect, and on and on and on. Okay. In this case, they would need a mini perm, most likely. Why? Because by the time they build the building and the TIs, the tenant improvements, it's going to take some time. So the construction loan may be a 9-month a year, 18 months at the most. That's stretching it. The permanent loan, of course, in place, but the mini perm bridges that gap. Maybe we give them 6 months to give them a little extra time after the building's built to do the tenant improvements. Because boy, these are professionals. The CPA wants that first suite just so the CPA, the attorney, the architect, you name it. The only set thing in their suite is the restroom. It's because of the plumbing, and Bob and Sue explain that to the individual professional that own these various practices. The restroom's got to be on this certain spot, roughly. All the rest we can move around in the planning, if you will. Now those 3 are the most basic, pardon me, the most common commercial real estate type of financing we would do. But what's a one-off deal? Let me give you one example, and then we're going to do a quick activity. One example of a one-off deal is a bowling alley. A bowling alley. It's not an office, professional office building. It's not an office warehouse facility for the manufacturer. No, it's a bowling alley. Okay, I need everybody to write down at least one other quote unquote one-off deals. One other one-off deal. Bowling alley is the one I gave you. But think in terms of a special use, special purpose building that your bank may or may not finance. You may say, we won't touch that. Or, oh yeah, we will. We do them. So you could or could not do these deals. You may or may not. But they're really considered one-off or special use property. Definitely not just the traditional building. Construction, mini perm or bridge, and or permanent. Okay, Jeremy, we'll start with you. What's your one-off deal? What's your example?
A gas station.
Good, excellent. Saptarshi, what about you?
I mean, this current climate, maybe like a hotel. I don't know.
Good, hotel, good. Now I work with a community bank. Now it's almost become a regional bank, but technically it's still a community bank. Or some people tongue-in-cheek call it a super community bank. Well, believe it or not, they specialize in small hotel / motels. Most banks won't touch them. Oh no, that's a specialty. Michael, how about you? What's your one-off deal?
Bowling alley or entertainment center,
Pardon me?
like an entertainment center.
Entertainment center. That's good. Terry, how about you?
How about a church?
Church. Some banks, that's not a one-off deal, but other banks, whoa, that's one-off. Jose, how about you? What's a one-off deal in your mind? What's your example of a one-off deal?
I'd say probably entertainment centers would have been mine.
Pardon me? What was it?
Like per se, probably.
I apologize. I couldn't hear you. I
Sorry
apologize.
about, still thinking.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Okay. One-off deals can be challenging. Do we really want them? Well, some banks don't mind. Just a thought. Let's move forward. Page number 4. Now, our second of our 7 areas. This is understanding the actual CRE market. This is not the loan. This is the real estate, the slang term, the dirt, which is also the improvement, of course. Look at office, look at warehouse, retail, office, pretty straightforward. We use the example of professional office. It could be an office warehouse, a little tiny office up front, 1,000, 2,000 square feet, and then 10,000 or 15,000 behind it. Retail, I'd put right next to or underneath part C, retail, strip center. Traditionally, the local, several local strip centers in your market. Multifamily, right below that, I'd put apartments. And then under other, if you'd please put custom home construction. Custom home construction. Okay, now, what is the demand? What is the supply? What is the demand? What is the supply for these individual segments of the commercial real estate market? Now, custom home is not technically commercial real estate, but a lot of banks, including a lot of community banks, will put this through. Oh no, we've already got the construction system set up. If it's construction, even custom home, it's going through this. And a lot of times it's managed through the commercial side. Okay. What I need everyone to do is spend just a couple of minutes on this. Relative to your market, what is the demand? What is the supply? Like, for example, office. I'm just making this up. If you say, oh, the demand is minus, oh, it's low, I put a minus slash, supply may be plus, it's oversupply. Part of the demand drop because people are no longer in their offices a lot with the pandemic. They went home and, hey, this is not bad. And do we really need all that overhead, that big, huge office? We could scale that office back. So I'm just making this up, minus slash plus. Vacancy, 15%, 20%. Maybe not so high, but maybe 15, 20%. Okay, everyone, spend just a moment or so, fill in the table relative to your market. There's only one exception. Do you see the construction, custom construction under E over to the right where the picture is? There is no vacancy because once the home is built, traditionally, unless it's a spec house, Bob and Sue, they move into the house, of course, this custom home construction. So there's no vacancy, but there's demand supply for the actual product. We're not talking lending here on any of this. We're talking the market. Okay, go ahead and proceed. So you could have a minus plus, you could have a plus slash plus, a minus slash minus, a plus slash minus. I mean, any of the above. With that first column, the second column, take a stab at the percentage. You can look on your phone, but don't look on your phone. It's just, what is your gut? What is your market? The idea here is to really understand your market better. Okay. Understanding your market, your real estate, your commercial real estate market. Most of you have a feel even for the vacancy on each one of these segments. Take just another moment or so, please. Okay, here we go. Scott, can you tell us your market, the office? Let's start with office. Scott, in Wausau area, what would you say demand, supply, and roughly vacancy, the percentage?
I would say the demand for incremental office space is low.
Okay, so that's a
And-
minus. That's a minus.
Mhm.
How about the supply?
Yeah, I think our supply is adequate, and like on the vacancy then, we're probably at 10 to 15% vacancy. That might even be
Okay.
on the high end.
Would
So
it-
there's not a lot of demand, but it's not as if we have a huge amount of unused supply,
Okay, so it could even be a minus, right?
right?
Okay, 10% vacancy, good, I like that. Brad, can you tell us in your world, your area, on warehouse? You just type it in, you can just say, you can just put plus, minus, whatever. You don't even have to explain, demand, supply, and then just the slash, and then percentage. This is warehouse, which is typically, we say office warehouse, simply because there's a little office in the front, and then the rest of the building, of course. Okay. All right. Brad's inputted here. Demand is medium. So, okay. Supply is medium. So that may be a small plus, not strong plus. Brad, what percentage of vacancy would you say? Would you be able to tell us roughly, what would you say warehouse? What percentage? Can you give us a rough guess on the percentage? Less than 10%. Stevens Point is where he's at. Good. Stevens Point. Okay. Good. Thank you for that. Okay, now retail. Local little strip centers, they're everywhere. Okay. Zoe, can you tell us in your market? She's in Eau Claire, at least according to my list, market. What for retail, local strip centers? Demand, supply, plus, minus, minus, whatever. And what about your vacancy? Would you estimate in your market, Zoe? Please. So if you'll type that in for us, please. All right. Okay. Well, we wait on that. Jeremy, what about you? What would you say is your for retail, local strip center in your area? Jeremy?
Well,
You're in Ann Arbor, right? You're in the Ann Arbor market?
correct, yes.
Okay.
And actually throughout Michigan too, but that's where we're located.
Okay.
So, yeah, in terms of like the Metro Detroit area here, we have seen more retail going. I actually did an analysis on this where the net absorption rate was going up on this. So, I would say there was more demand as businesses were reopening, and
Okay.
certainly there was supply as well as a lot of places had closed to the pandemic. Even though now that we're going into the
Okay.
fall, we'll see what happens moving forward.
Okay. So how would you peg it? Would it be plus, minus,
I would call it plus.
What about vacancy for the retail?
Say maybe 4 to 5%.
4 or 5%. Okay.
Putting that out there.
Good. Thank you. Okay. What about multifamily? Okay. I'm going to ask Christina, multifamily apartments, pardon me, in your area. Okay. Christina, in your area, multifamily apartments, pardon me, plus, minus, plus, whatever. And then the vacancy. Can you tell us? Would you type into the chat and tell us, please? In your area, Christina, what would you say? Just, it can be your perception even. I'm not saying it has to be, 100% accurate, but your feel as a local lender. Okay, here we go. Christina says, plus, minus. Demand is plus, supply is minus, less than 7%. Good. A lot of markets I find, especially with apartments, even with the pandemic, or maybe because of the pandemic, boy, some of the apartments are, the vacancy is less than even 3%, believe it or not. But it's the same general trend, Christina, plus minus on the demand versus supply. Okay, lastly, I'm going to ask John, what about custom home construction? Pardon me, now there's no vacancy, as we talked about, but there is a demand supply. What are is it plus? What is it? give us, oh, here we go. John's inputted already. John says in custom home construction, demand plus supply minus. Boy, John, that is exactly what Vegas is today, for whatever it's worth. Yeah, Las Vegas. Oh, the demand for custom home. Some of it, believe it or not, is still pent up from coming out of the Great Recession 10, 12 plus years ago. Easy. And it's still demand, and it's hard to find even a contractor to build the house, even if you have the money, even if you want to do it. The supply, that's the supply is the minus. Oh, the demand's there, but supply into the market, no way. Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone. That was really good. Now let's go ahead and proceed forward. Page number 5. Now for our third of our 7 sections. Now we just did this. We just did this on the C&I side. So we'll keep this light. But let's shift it to, in our minds, into the world of CRE. What's your target market? Based upon, and I would add this to your notes to the right of target market here on page number 5. Based on your analysis on the previous page, turning back one page, which of these segments should we target? Should we target office, warehouse, retail, multifamily, custom home construction? Let's make what makes sense to us as a bank. So on page 5, I need everyone to put down, what do you think is the best target market, pardon me, for your bank as of right now in the world of CRE, based upon the previous page? Office, warehouse, retail, multifamily, others such as commercial real estate, pardon me, custom home construction, pardon me. Okay. Okay, here it comes. This is from Brad. Multifamily, he's saying. Okay. Jacob, how about you? Jacob and Alex, if I can ask you to chime in, what do you think would make sense for the target market right now for your bank, your focus? Brad said just a moment ago, multifamily. Okay, here we come. Jacob says multifamily and nursing homes. That's good. Not only does that pick up off the pandemic, but long-term, America is graying. That's been in numerous articles. America is graying all the way. Absolutely. Meaning getting older. The population is getting older. The demand for nursing homes is going to increase. Okay, from Alex. Alex says, multifamily, same bank as Jacob. Okay, good. Excellent. Let's move forward. Well, based upon your target market, like we talked about in the C&I, we would create the product. Is it a construction loan? I put off to the right of product. Is it construction? Is it just permanent? Your community bank you may say, your management may say, oh, no. And even the board of directors giving direction on this. Oh, no, we want only permanent loans. We do not want to do any construction. Maybe your community bank, it's, oh no, we in this world of CRE, we only want to do construction short term. We don't want to hold long term. We want to spin it off. You bet. Absolutely. To another bank that do the permit. We want to do just short term construction. What about place? Same we talked about before. I put virtual, physical, and or virtual. You got 10 branches in your bank? Big, huge banner in each one of them. We have a not a construction loan, but a permanent loan program with we word it, with, we don't say attractive, but we say very favorable, or some wording that we don't get into trouble with, of course, from a compliance standpoint. But good, or we don't even say good, but terms and conditions, whatever, we allude that, hey, they're very competitive on the permanent, but only permanent. No, we don't say construction. People say, well, you do the construction in the permanent. No. We just do the permanent. Physical in the branches, banners, or on the website, the bank's website. Pricing, very competitive. Competitive pricing, terms, conditions, what have you. As we talked about before, advertising, personal selling. Your bank gears up once again. Oh, we've got this program. We're going to hire 1 or 2 people that they may have a little banking background, but they've got a lot of CRE background, construction, permanent. And I'm not talking about the financing side. I'm talking about the actual physical CRE side. Oh, absolutely. Moving right along. Now, for our fourth area in this section of CRE lending. This is underwriting the CRE credit. There are 3, as I mentioned earlier when we did our intro in this section, 3 subcategories or sub areas within underwriting. We want to do good, solid underwriting of the CRE credit. We're going to, in a moment, look at also the cash flow and then migrate into every one of the little bitty steps of loan write-up all the way down to monitoring. Then our section 7 is our collections. Whoa, because sometimes, of course, doesn't work out. Here we go on the 3 subcategories underneath underwriting. The first is business structure. I'd highlight or circle, please, business structure. Okay. Now, what do we mean by business structure? Well, this is your borrowing entity. You can see entity, tax, legal. Pardon me, right below entity, if you'd please put ownership, the word ownership. Right below the word tax, if you'd put form, the tax form. Right below legal, if you would please put liability. Now, why do you say, well, why are we starting with the business borrowing entity? Well, we want to get this right. I will say this straight up front. And we've covered one and we're now covering the other. 2, and this is a foreshadowing of section 7, our last section. Pardon me, problem loan CRE deal. We've already covered the market itself. You want to avoid a problem CRE loan. You don't lend into a segment of the market that you afterwards look back and go, why did we do that? That was idiotic. We knew that segment was weak or it was starting to drop. That's number 1 thought. Number 2, here's another reason why, and there's multiple reasons, but these are some major ones in my opinion. Number 1, we lend into the wrong segment. We shouldn't have any business in as a community bank. Number 2, under page 6, we lend to the wrong entity. What? Bob and Sue have not just one business, like we mentioned all day long, ABC LLC. No, they have 10 businesses, 10 different LLCs, S Corps, you name it. We get the wrong one. Now, before we do this review of business entities, at the top of this page, if you would please put a 3-step model. Please put a 3-step model. Step number 1, if Bob and Sue have multiple entities, 10, whatever, 12, 15 entities, which they often have, the first step is we ask Jane, the CFO, for a flow chart. And in the flow chart, we say, Jane, which is the proposed borrowing entity and why? So step number 1 is the flow chart. Step number 2, pardon me, is we clarify with Jane, the CFO. Will this proposed entity of the 10 or 12 or whatever number of business entities Bob and Sue own, does it have the cash flow to repay our loan? Does it have the cash flow to repay our loan? Step number 3 in this model at the top of the page. Step number 3, does that borrowing entity or proposed borrowing entity, I should say, does it have the collateral to support the loan? Yes or no? And you may do a deal where you lend to one entity of Bob and Sue's and the collateral, and this is from a documentation standpoint, it's called a lent pledge agreement. What does that mean? Well, the one business agrees to lend the collateral asset to the other business. Of course, Bob and Sue own both businesses. But the preferred is step number 3 at the top of this page. The same entity on that flow chart, number 1, number 2 provides the cash flow, number 3 provides the collateral for the loan. It's clean underwriting. Now let's do the chart. We'll do this quickly. Sole proprietor, over to the right, the entity, of course, one owner. What's the tax form? The tax form, the 1040 Schedule C. Pardon me, 1040 Schedule C. What's the legal? Full exposure, full liability. Now, partnership. To the right, the entity, 2 or more partners, 2 or more individuals, usually. Could be other businesses, but in this case, we're just going to keep it light. What's the tax form? Pardon me, the 1065, the 1065. What is the legal? This is huge negative to the old-fashioned partnership structure. The partners legally, over to the far right of number 2 under that 3rd column, the partners are individually and severally liable. Individually and severally liable. Okay. That's not a good thing. That's why you don't really bank many partnerships. Most people don't. It's old-fashioned. Let's go to the C Corp. Over to the right, the entity, unlimited number of shareholders. There could be 10,000 shareholders if it's publicly traded. What is the tax form? The 1120. The 1120. What about the legal? Corporate veil, if you'd add that to your notes. Corporate veil. It's like the cloak or the curtain that protects the corporation. Limited liability. Corporate veil. Limited liability. How about the S Corp over to the right? Entity, no more than 100 shareholders. Used to be 35, went to 75, now it's 100. What's the tax form of the S Corp? 1120S. But I put right next to the 1120S, the distributions from the S Corp to the owners is restrictive. It's based upon the relative percentage of ownership of the business. So if Bob owns 50% of an S Corp, Sue owns the other 50%, then all distributions must be 50-50. If they do not do that, the IRS can step in and say, you're not really an S Corp, which is a pass-through entity. No, you're really a C Corp, which has, as you remember, back in your tax classes and what have you, webinars, seminars, C Corp has double taxation. Corporation pays tax on its profitability, and then it distributes after tax to the shareholders, pardon me, in the form of a dividend. The shareholders have to pay tax on the dividends. S Corp, no, one tax individual level, but the distributions are rigid. They're based on ownership. What about the legal? Pardon me, limited liability corporate veil for the S Corp. Limited liability corporate veil. Now the LLC. The LLC, limited liability company, entity. Traditionally 2 or more partners. And you can have a single member LLC, but traditionally 2 or more. What is the tax form? 1065. It's a partnership. But what about the legal over to the right? So it's 2 or more individuals for the entity. Tax forms the 1065. The legal, limited liability, corporate veil. The LLC is a C Corp from a legal standpoint. What? Yes. But from a tax standpoint, it's a partnership. And I put underneath that 1065, the 1065 partnership structure, tax form and structure, allows for flexibility in the distribution of the profit and or loss from the business to the business owners. So in 1977, in the state of Wyoming, the first LLC was created. It took almost 20 years, till the mid 90s, before most states adopted the LLC. Why Wyoming? Wyoming's one of the 3 states that have a lot of flexibility when it comes to business structure. The other 2, Nevada and Delaware, of course. So someone came up with this idea. Why don't we take the partnership 1065 structure, which has flexibility in its distribution, unlike an S corp, and combine that with limited liability as if it's a C corp. And that's what an LLC really is. Combined partnership 1065 from a tax flexibility standpoint, pardon me, combined with a limited liability as if it's a C corp. Because remember, look up above under partnership with legal. The partners are individually and severally liable. Look at Series LLC. Just the last 2 days, and the group that I had the last 2 days, we've already determined Wisconsin and Michigan does not, neither state allows for a Series LLC. At least that's what we determined in the class. But what is a Series LLC? If you'll have this, it's new. Only about 20 states allow it so far. In my opinion, it's eventually going to be all 50, just like the regular LLC took time. It took years to be adopted throughout the nation. Let's shift back to Bob and Sue, the commercial real estate developers. Remember, they're based for the CRE section. They're based in Lansing area in Michigan. Okay. They're not a manufacturer. They're not any of these other businesses, farm operation, these others, party and rental. They're commercial real estate developers. We mentioned that earlier in this section. Instead, and let's say they have 10 buildings scattered around the Lansing market. How many LLCs would they have traditionally? 10. How many K1s would you have to get? 20. One for Bob, one for Sue for each of the 10, typically. Now, a series, which is modern America, is a holding company. And in this case, property A is in, property 1 is in pod A, property 2 is in pod B, property 3 is in pod C, all the way down to number 10. Modern America. It's like a holding company. What is a REIT? A real estate investment trust. This is an instrument or business structure that large, big, huge, multi-million dollar projects are usually housed within a REIT or even financed by a REIT. Questions on this? Jeremy, any questions on this page, on the business structure? Any questions on this?
No, no questions.
Got it. Septarshi, any questions on this one?
No questions.
Got it. Let's turn forward. Model number 2, within the 3, there's 3, we're in underwriting, but this is the foundation of the underwriting. Before we do page number 7, model 2 of the three models, let's go ahead and take our first afternoon break. So let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come on back. We'll do 2 and 3, pardon me, and then we will go into cash flow, our good solid underwriting. Talk to you in 5 minutes, everyone. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll take just a moment and we'll continue forward. All right. Michael, can you do our sound check for us, please? Wait just a minute. Michael, can you do the sound check?
Yep, I'm here.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that. Excellent. Okay. Our second of the three supporting models in the underwriting. Commercial real estate, construction, and permanent. Right above construction, pardon me, just to illustrate, if you put 2 million, pardon me, and right above the permanent, 3 million, just as an example, two different projects, two different deals. Okay. Good solid underwriting, loan purpose. This is the accounting equation. Assets equal liabilities plus owner's equity. What is the purpose? Well, most CRE loans, it's either to help the company expand its assets and or will refinance another bank's existing CRE loan, or even allow for a cash out refi or extracting equity out of the deal. Over to the right of number one underneath the first column, I put an A, and that's it. Would we want to refinance another bank's liability, another bank's construction project? Traditionally, no. Risk of liens from the contractors, mechanic liens, labor and material is huge. So I put an A only. Go to the far right on the permanent, I'd put all three, A, L, O/E. We will provide financing for Bob and Sue to buy that new building. They've been leasing for 10 plus years. Now they want to have that permanent building we talked about earlier. Under Part L, oh, you bet we'll finance, we'll grab another bank's loan, marketing wise. Will we allow for a cash out refi? Absolutely. Most banks will in America today. As long as the loan doesn't exceed with the cash out amount, loan to value of 80%, for example. How about sources of repayment? Primary source of repayment for the construction loan is typically the takeout, the permanent loan. Secondary support, pardon me, for the construction loan, guarantor support. Guarantor support. Tertiary or third source of repayment, conversion of collateral, foreclose on the building. Polite way to say it, conversion of collateral. The reality is we're going to foreclose on the building. Go to the right under the permanent. Pardon me, the first or the primary source of repayment for the permanent $3 million deal, rents from the building. Rents from the building. Secondary, guarantor support. Secondary source of repayment, guarantor support from Bob and Sue. Tertiary or third source of repayment, conversion of collateral. Absolutely. We'll foreclose on the property. Now under number 3, adequate amount I'd put off to the right of that, LTV, loan to value. What is your max loan to value? Terry, what's your max loan to value you typically would see on a construction loan in your world?
It depends on the type of property, but generally 75%.
75, good. Thank you. Jose, what about on the permanent CRE loan? What's your typical maximum?
Maximum, for maximum, I'd say 80%.
How much?
80%.
80%. Good. 80%. Most banks will do that. Good. Excellent. Moving right along. Term. The most common term for the construction, we said this earlier, it could be 9 months, a year, 18 months. Most of your deals, like a $2 million deal, probably within that parameter. How about the permanent? We said this earlier. Over to the right, permanent, most common terms, 20 due in 5. We mentioned this in the C&I section. 20-year amortization with a 5-year call. Scott, in your world, is that common, or do you have a variation of term in your bank? Scott, in your world, what's your typical term on the permanent loan? Okay. Brad, how about you and your bank? If you can chime in, how about your bank? Okay. What's your typical term? Is it 22 and 5, or do you have a variation of that, Brad? And while we wait on that, Zoe, but how about in your world? Do you have, what's your typical term for the permanent CRE loan? Is it 20-year AM with a 5-year call? What's your common, Zoe? If you would, if you'll, okay, here we go on this. Zoe says 20-year AM, 5-year term. Excellent. Good. What about pricing? The pricing on the construction loan, maybe prime plus 1. Prime plus 1. Variable. Prime is at 3.25, so 4.25. What about on the permanent? Well, 5%. No, lower than 5. You don't see 5 out there. Okay, I'm going to ask Christina, what are you seeing the lowest interest rate fixed for the first 5 years? Just for the first 5 years of the CRE deal. Maybe a 20-year AM, but it's a 5-year call. What's your lowest you've seen just in the last couple of months? Lowest interest rates, if you put that, if you'll type into the chat, please, Christina. Okay. Lowest. While we wait on that, John, how about you? How about you? Now you're in the same bank, but you may have seen a little lower, maybe a little higher. But John, if you'll type into the chat, here we go. Christina says 3.95. Of course, I was being facetious at 5. I knew that was way off the mark. John says 3.95. The lowest I've heard from lenders in the last 2 months, 3.75, 3.85. That is so thin. Wow. Thank you, Christina and John. Okay, moving right along. What about monitoring? Off to the right on number 6, if you would put individual loan officer or department. If you're in a very, very, very small community bank, it is the individual loan officer or credit analyst, whoever's doing the deal. In a larger bank, even a larger community bank, oh no, that's a department down the hall, around the corner, or maybe in the next building over. Or if it's a big bank like a B of A or a Wells, oh, that's like 4 states away. They monitor for receipt of tax returns each year, financial statements, insurance certificates, you name it. Let's now go to page number 8, our third and final supporting models in the intro to underwriting. Pardon me, I would highlight at the top of the page loan support. And then I'd put right above construction, if you put 2 million, right above permanent, 3 million, just to use as a reference. Good solid underwriting, collateral. Over to the right of collateral, I would put for the construction, of course, a first mortgage. Some states it's called a first deed of trust or trust deed. A lot of states it's a mortgage. Permanent, I'd put a first as well. Guarantees. Would you require a guarantee? I put a Y and a Y all the way. A Y and a Y all the way. How about business loan agreement? Oh, absolutely. It summarizes all the documents. I put a Y and a Y all the way. All the way. Subordination. Could you have a subordination on the construction loan? Absolutely. Let me illustrate. You're about ready to fund the first draw on the construction loan, and the title company calls you in a panic. They discovered there's a $30,000 first on the property. What? They missed it. You call Bob and Sue and Jane. Sue picks up and Sue goes, oh, we're so sorry. That's a loan from my Uncle Mark. Well, who's Uncle Mark? Her wealthy uncle. We know him. Everybody in town knows Uncle Mark. He owns about 15 businesses in the county and controls a lot of the industry. And she says, well, when we bought the land, This is on the construction. When we bought the land a year ago, we were short 30,000. So we borrowed it from Uncle Mark because it was like we needed it like in a day or two, and he just wrote the check and he popped that deed right on the property. So the title company says, can we get a subordination? You ask Sue. Oh yeah, he'd be glad to subordinate. In fact, he even told us that because he knew we were going in to now get financing to build the building. What would be a cleaner position? I'd put this off to the right of subordination underneath construction. A cleaner situation, instead of Uncle Mark subordinating to your bank, so you're in first, he's in second on the property, would be if there's enough room in the numbers, in the construction numbers in the loan, just pay him off on the first draw. Just pay him off. He's done the 30,000. Go to the far right, the permit. You may have a situation like that on the subordination, possibly. I had a situation with a CFO client a few years back. Wealthy great uncle was invested several million with his great nephew and his operation, the great nephew's operation. Well, there was a deed. There was a mortgage or a trust deed in this case. And in the Western US, primarily it's trust deed or deed of trust, but which is primarily west of the Mississippi, primarily east of the Mississippi, it's a mortgage deed. Well, so this was a trust deed. And the bank said, well, wait a minute, we got to be in first. The reason why this great uncle even had the deed on there was because he took money from his retirement plan to invest. And so I had to call the retirement planner company, whatever, in Denver. And I talked to the agent, I talked to the officer there, and she says, well, we don't care what position. We don't care if it's in first, second, third. We don't care any of it. She says, we just need a deed on the property. I said, fine. So I called the lender back. They understood it. They documented the file. This great uncle was, in second position. So it was sort of a form of a subordination on the permanent CRE deal. How about abundance of caution? Abundance of caution is not true collateral. We're going to do this deal and we're just short a little bit. We're just short a little bit. And we say, oh, Bob and Sue, we want to do the deal, but we need to just shore up our position. We know per your personal financial statement we've seen for several years running that you have that 5-acre piece of land on the outskirts of town, free and clear, prime property, zoned C1 or whatever, commercial or industrial, whatever, C1. Bob and Sue will do the deal if we can take a first, and it's free and clear if we can take a first on that property. Abundance of caution. But we do not put this in the loan write-up that it is conforming collateral. It's not. It's just abundance of caution. Okay, I need to ask Jacob and Alex if you would be so kind as to type in submit. Does your bank deal with abundance of caution? There are some credit administrators that will say, no way, no way, no way. We won't do them ever. Alex says yes, Jacob says yes. Excellent. In their bank. Let's move forward. Now we're going to go. We've completed the 3 foundational underwriting models: business structure, loan structure, and loan support. Now we're continuing the underwriting in section number 5. And this is the cash flow. Traditional cash flow for the commercial real estate deal. We start down below, as you can see, gross rental income from the MAI appraisal. In this example, and by the way, this example on page number 9, this is Dr. Jones's professional office building. It's about a 4,000 square foot office building. Dr. Jones is a very, very successful local dentist. She's been in practice for about 12, 13 years. She's been renting. A business park opens up just a half a mile away. Professional business park. Dr. Jones grabs one of those buildings. Okay. Now it's going to be by the time she gets the building from the developer, Bob and Sue, of course, it's a turnkey. She walks right in, they do the TIs, everything. And then we finance the permanent building. From the appraisal, the MAI appraisal, not made as instructed, that's tongue in cheek. Member Appraisal Institute. We get the appraisal numbers, we get the cash flow. Well, gross rents are $200,000 a year. Minus the vacancy, minus management gives us the NOI, net operating income, 181,000. Okay. Look how low the vacancy factor is. Look how low the management factor is. Why? Well, because if you put this in your notes off to the side, this is a triple net lease between Dr. Jones's medical, her dental practice, and her other which is one LLC, and her other LLC, which is the building. She also uses George, the CPA, same CPA as Bob and Sue's. And George advises her, hey, you've already got the operating business, dental LLC. Let's set up a separate XYZ LLC to hold the building. And you'll lease the building. You own them both practice and building. You lease the building to yourself. But George says, I want you to have the tenant, which is the dental practice, pay the triple net, the three items. Here are the three. Number one, taxes on the building. Taxes on the building. Number two, insurance on the building. Insurance. And number three, utilities on the building. Utilities on the building. Okay. Because George says, you're going to get enough write-off from the depreciation and write-off of the interest of the loan on the building on that LLC. But I want to knock down some of that income on the dental practice. And this is a way to do it legitimately. Otherwise, the vacancy factor would probably be closer to 10%, like we talked about before, based on our market discussion. And the management factor may be more like 7 or 8 or 9 to 10%, 7, 8, 9, or whatever, 7, 8, or 9. Moving forward, the NOI, 181,000 net operating income. Look at the very top. We bring it to the top of the page. Pardon me. We divide that by the debt service, the P&I, 135,000, which are just the payments on the new loan on the new building, for the new building. We do the math, the debt coverage ratio 1.34. And of course, for every debt coverage ratio, debt service coverage ratio, same thing. For every $1.34 of inflow, there's $1 outflow. Look at the minimum standard, nationwide 1.2. Similar to what we talked about with the EBITDA, the personal, and the global back in the C&I section. Okay, I'm going to ask Jeremy, and you're underwriting, Jeremy. What is the typical for an owner-occupied professional office building? What is your minimum DCR in your institution? Jeremy, please.
I'd still say 1.2.
Still 1.2. Okay. Scott, how about in your world? In your world, Scott?
We do have some that are 1.0, but we do have
Wow.
others that are 1.2.
Okay, don't mention names. Thank you, Scott. Why? I wanted you to say that. I'm glad you said that, I should say. Because some deals we've got to go down. In fact, Dr. Jones, we may go down to 1.1 or even 1.0. What is the circumstance, Scott, that would push the underwriting to drop below the proverbial minimum nationwide of 1.20? Why would you do that?
I mean, if the operating company has above average cash flows, that could support it. Oftentimes it's simply a competitive factor.
Yeah, good, excellent. That is exactly the key. I mean, it just may be that Dr. Jones, I mean, everybody in town knows her. And when she came to town, there were some other dentists, but her methodology, the way she runs the practice, the way she operates as a dentist, she's done very well. We want this business. We'll go down to 1.0. Good. Now look at number 2 down below. What if you're dealing with a large commercial real estate deal? This is owner occupied. This is a generic building right here. This scenario that we see on page 9. Oh, every bank in town would just gravitate to do this deal. Now they would just push to do this deal. But what if it's a $50 million deal and it's a loan participation, of course, and so forth. I mean, it's a bigger deal. I'd put under number 2, we would want to work with the Janes of the world, the CFOs. We would want multiple cash flow models from them. So showing their projections of cash flow, and not just the traditional cash flow you see up above, but from their perspective, what about the commercial leases? Commercial lease commissions cost upwards of 10%. They're expensive to get a tenant in there, especially in the era of COVID. Because the demand may not be there as strong. People are at home more. People don't want to go back to the office. So we want to see that, Jane, including the commissions. We also want to see, Jane, including tax consequences with your deal, with your project, and on and on and on. Much more in depth from their side as a developer. Absolutely. Small, generic, owner occupied professional practice like this up above? No. But with bigger projects, 20 million, 50 million, oh, absolutely. Moving forward. Now we're going to go into section 6 of our 7 sections. Now, this is where we say, hey, wait a minute. We have now done most of our underwriting, and we're now going forward in the process. Now, we've done our cash flow model on the previous page. But what about, and this is kind of leading us into the rest of the process of the underwriting and the approval and so forth. What if it is I put in your notes at the top of this page under part 3, multi-tenanted income producing building. Okay. How do we underwrite? How do we get a feel for those tenants? Rent roll. Well, the rent roll is just a summary of what the projections are going to be. Some lenders put a lot of credence in the rent rolls. I personally don't. Michael, do you ever touch rent rolls?
Yes, we'll look at rent rolls, but we also typically require the leases as well.
Good. Excellent. That's good. And you can see under part B that if you can, you get the financial statements on those tenants. A lot of times you ask Jane, hey, do you have financials on the tenants? We want to see them. We want to take a peek at them. And Jane laughs, yeah, I wish we could get them. Smaller buildings, smaller projects probably won't get them. You won't get them. Larger multi-million-dollar project, oh no, standard. Some of those businesses and those multi-million-dollar projects that are the tenants, some of those businesses could be, of course, publicly traded companies, and it's public record. You can just go online. It's public record. Now, here's a thought. If you have an income producing property, you're trying to get a read on the tenants. You possibly under C1 run a D&B report, Dun & Bradstreet report. It's cost, of course. CMA stands for Credit Management Associations out of California, but they have an answers system. Intellius is another one, a search engine. You can find out about those tenants, possibly. And there's different options within each of all these different various, running the reports, search engines, what have you. Now, under part 4, I would highlight part 4. I beg of you, if your bank ever finances the construction and or permanent, CRE financing of a building where there's the professionals. Remember we used the example, 10,000 square foot building, Bob and Sue put up, the developer Bob and Sue, ABC LLC. Pardon me, I mentioned there'd be 5 tenants, 5 suites, 2,000 square feet, CPA in the first one, attorney, and then the third one, an architect, and so forth. You don't even need to ask Jane. You need to find out who they are, which you would with the rent roll and the leases. But that's all. You have to ask Jane. Why? In essentially every state in America, you go online, in about 3 clicks of the mouse, you can find out everything about that professional. It is public record. You search, they're an accountant. Okay, State Board of Accountancy. Do they have any complaints against their license? Do they have any lawsuits against their license? Pardon me, the same with the attorney, the same with the architect, and so forth. You can find out a lot about these people. Absolutely. Moving right along. Now moving forward, we do our loan write-up. We summarize all of this underwriting in the process, if you will, of the CRE loan process. We go and we put it into the loan write-up or credit memo. Okay, let's do a quick class shout out. Everybody, if you can unmute and also chime into the chat. How many of you do loan write-ups regularly? If you'll just shout out yes or no. If you say yes or no, that's fine. Also in the chat, everybody unmute yourself if you would, please, and shout out yes or no. Do you do the write-ups?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, keep
Yes.
going. Keep going.
No,
No? Okay. Any others? Any others? Okay, from the chat. Thank you for those. In the chat, let's see. All right, let me go back. Jacob, yes. Brad, yes. John, yes. Zoe, yes. Christina, yes. Alex, yes. Most of you do. Good. Well, under part 2, this is the format. Of course, most loan write-ups follow pretty much this format. The front page, the request, of course, terms, conditions. Part C, the financial analysis. Management under part the 4th one, and risk assessment mitigation, conclusion, summary under the 5th and final. Okay, just need to ask I'm going to ask a couple of you. So most of you do the write-ups. I'm going to ask a couple of you. Of the 5 steps, front page all the way down to risk assessment, which of these 5 do you struggle the most with? Is the most challenging right now? Take just a moment, think about that. I'm going to ask a couple of you. Okay. Okay, Zoe, can you tell us which of these 5 do you struggle with the most? You'll type in while we wait on that. Brad, if you do the loan write-ups, what about you? Which section do you struggle the most with? Is it the front page, the relationship there? Is it the request, financial analysis, management, or risk assessment? Okay. Brad says, part C, the quality of the financial reporting or info. Good. Excellent. So if you can, if you do, and maybe you don't, I don't know if you do the write-ups while we wait on that. Jeremy, what about you? What do you struggle with the most?
I would say right now the risk assessment, just because it's hard
Okay.
to see what's due to COVID versus what's
Good.
intrinsic to the business.
Good.
And how that's
Okay.
gonna affect moving forward.
Good. I like that. Good. Zoe said the same thing. Christina, what about you? What do you struggle with the most? What area do you struggle with the most, Christina? Okay. While we wait on that, John, what about you? What about you? Any ideas? If you'll type into the chat there. I will say training, because I do a training just on the loan write-ups, a half day. And traditionally, it's been management under Part D. Because it's like, well, what do we put there? How do we underwrite that? But I've noticed in the last, of course, since the pandemic hit, last year and a half or so, I have found more and more and more what you just said, Jeremy, and what you just said, Zoe, risk assessment. Kind of interesting. Okay, here we go. Christina would say risk assessment. She would agree. John would say management assessment. Okay. A lot of people say traditionally management assessment because what do we do? What do we say? You know, if Bob and Sue have been with your bank for 20 years, well, we love Bob and Sue. They love us. We've been together 20 years. Now, that's not assessment. I will say this, if you put under Part D, just a thought. Don't hesitate to ask Bob and Sue succession planning questions and include that. A lot of times that you feel maybe a little uncomfortable asking, but you got to do it, especially if they're long-term borrower. I don't want to offend them. We don't want to offend them. What are your succession plans? And then lastly, once again, the risk assessment, I've noticed there's been somewhat of a shift from D to E since the pandemic hit. When I ask the same question, let me give you an idea under risk assessment. Two different models. One is a basic strength weaknesses, just a basic strengths. There's the strengths in the deal. Here are the weaknesses in the deal to summarize the loan write-up. Here's another model. It's called the SWOT model, SWOT. It's a tried and true traditional management model, but I think it applies to this section. The S of SWOT, SWOT, is strengths. The strengths in the deal, the strengths in the credit, strengths in the borrower. The W, the weaknesses, So strengths, weaknesses. The O is opportunities. This goes back to our marketing in both C&I and CRE. The marketing opportunities in the marketplace that really drives the business. And lastly, the T, threats in the market. Who are the competition? How much competition? Which we also talked about earlier. The SWOT model, I find to be a very effective summation model in the risk assessment and the mitigation. Moving right along. Move forward in our process here in section number 6. You go to committee. Look under part 1. First off, let's do a quick class shout out. How many of you, let me rephrase that. Yes or no, do you regularly present at loan committee? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, no? Any others? Any others in the audio? Any others?
No,
No? Okay. All right. Okay. Brad, yes. Jacob, no. John, no. Alex, no. Christina, no. Okay. Some of you do. Sounds like about 2/3 of the class no, maybe 1/3 of the class yes. Now, I suspect that several of you that don't present, you've been to committee. And eventually, most likely, in your career pathing will eventually start presenting. That's obviously, if you're a credit analyst, like a lot of you are, eventually you'll start presenting. Think of this as you prepare for your first presentation, or if you already present your next presentation. Pardon me, look at number 1 here. I would highlight or circle technical. I would highlight or circle the word management. When you present to your loan committee at your community bank, I beg of you, don't overemphasize the technical. What's the technical? Well, it's the underwriting. It's the debt coverage ratio did this, and the current ratio did this, and you know, their loan to value or their LTV is this and that. You may lose some of your audience, even though some of those people they've been on that loan committee for years. They just don't have the technical background in the world of credit that you do, of course. What about management? I would emphasize a little more on the management. Who is Bob and Sue? Who's Jane? What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? Who's George, their independent CPA? Absolutely. Not saying that you don't mention some of the technical, you know, loan to value and the debt coverage ratio and all that. No, I'm not saying you exclude that, but just a little more emphasis on the management. Just a thought. Under number 2, length of presentation, less than 5 minutes. Pardon me, less than 5 minutes. Style of presentation, number 3, clear and concise. Clear and concise. Lastly, under number 4, I'd add this to your notes, please. Don't forget this phrase. I recommend approval. Don't do like I did once. I got through a very tough credit, multi-million-dollar deal in loan committee. And I was so excited to getting through the presentation, 5 minutes or less. Then I forgot to say at the very end, based upon this analysis, I recommend approval. Based upon this write-up, I recommend approval. You want to motivate that audience all the way. Moving forward. Now, our next section, loan doc. But before we do loan doc, if you'll put at the very top of this page, loan approval. You went to committee, you got the stamp. So at the top of page number 13, you got loan approval. Now, this next little section on loan documentation, CRE. Just a little snippet on the documentation. Just some kind of heads up in some of these areas. A little summary on this. Well, A1. First off, this is the contract. The promissory note is the most important document of all. Even in a CRE deal, that it's not the deed. No way. If you have to foreclose on the building, the judge wants to see what? The deed, the mortgage deed, or the promissory note? He or she wants to see the promissory note. Well, it's the contract between bank and borrower. You offer them a deal under number 1. Did Bob and Sue accept? No, they push back. Sue blurts out, we can get a better deal down the street. Wow. Finally, you come to terms. Once you come to terms, this is a legal phrase. You have contractually between bank and borrower what is called genuine mutual assent. Genuine mutual assent, or in layman's terms, it's called the meeting of the minds. The meeting of the minds. Look at number 2, legal capacity. Do Bob and Sue have legal capacity to enter the contract representing ABC LLC and themselves as guarantors? Well, are they minors? No, they're both in their 40s. Are they drunk? Drugged? Hopefully not. Insane? Hopefully not. Look at number 3, consideration. I'd highlight the word consideration, please. There must be an exchange of value legally. We give Bob and Sue $3 million to buy this new building. What do? In exchange, they sign on behalf of the borrower. ABC LLC, they sign our docs. They also sign their personal guarantees. Pardon me. What is this 20% rule of thumb? Most banks in America say, well, if you own 20% or more of the business, we're going to require your guarantee. Why? It's quote unquote assumed legally that at 20% or more, there is enough consideration that the bank can require the guarantee. Some banks use 25, most banks use 20. Septarshi, what do you see in your underwriting world? Do you notice it the 20 or 25%?
I think it's 25%. Sometimes I've seen 20%.
Okay.
If you have 20% ownership, you do a guarantee on the loan. But
Okay.
yeah.
So you've seen both. Good. Excellent. Michael, how about you in your world? What have you seen? Is it 20 or 25?
Typically anything over 20%.
Anything over 20. Good. Thank you. Number 4 must be legal. For this to be a bona fide contract, it must be legal. Cannot be based on illegal activity, because illegal activity is not a contract. It cannot stand up in court because it's illegal. What about marijuana? Whoa, federal law? Ooh, illegal. State of Michigan, come on down. Well, wait. I don't remember this. In Wisconsin, Scott, is marijuana legal or not? I know Michigan it is to a certain degree. Is it legal, Scott, in marijuana in Wisconsin, at least for or not recreational, but medical purposes?
Industrial hemp purposes, I don't believe that it's anything beyond that.
Okay. Okay. Got to go over to Michigan to get the legal.
They
Okay,
can,
now.
they can go and they can stay.
Oh, we'll,
Sorry.
we'll strike that. Okay. I see that, by the way, I see that all over the country. I'll train in one state and they say, oh, you got to go across the border and they can stay over there. I'm just kidding. Now, everybody, if you please write this in your notes, it's called the SAFE Act, SAFE. SAFE, like the safe or vault in your bank. This stands for Secure and Fair Enforcement Act. Secure and Fair Enforcement Act. Well, what is it? It says, and if it goes through, it's floating through the US Congress right now. If it goes through and becomes law, it will not make marijuana legal nationwide, but what it will do in those states where the state law says marijuana is legal, medical and or recreational, it will lower the barrier between federal and state law relative to banking, seriously specific to banking. And it will make your bank, it will make it much easier for your bank to bank the marijuana industry. Right now, you can bank them, but only about 4% of banks in America do, because the regulations, the compliance, on and on and on is just too steep. You lose money in doing it, even if you charge outrageous fees, which is often done. So it doesn't make it legal, but it just lowers the barrier. At the same time, it does not mean that your bank has to bank the marijuana industry. It just could without all the hassle. Okay, I need to ask a pointed question. Brad, and this stays in the room, but if you'll chime into the chat. Brad, if the SAFE Act goes through, do you think your community bank will step up and start banking the marijuana industry big time? Or do you think, oh, no, we will opt to say, no, we're not going to do it? Which do you say, Brad? Will your bank do it, do you think? Yes or no? Okay, Brad's already responding. He says unknown. Okay. Zoe, what do you think? Do you think your bank will step up, or you say, nah, not my bank? Not my bank. What do you think? What do you think, Zoe? While we wait for her response, Christina, what about your bank? If you'll chime in, yes or no? Do you think your bank would step up and say, oh, we're going to bank the marijuana industry if this law goes through? Okay, we've got both responses. Here we go. Zoe says, no, we just talked about this not too long ago. We decided to stay out for a while. Christina, thank you, Zoe. Christina says no as well. Good. Moving right along. Number 5 must be in writing. Turn the page number 14, further in the loan docs for the CRE deal. Business loan agreement we talked about. I call it the kitchen sink. It has everything and summarizes all the documents, less one item. One item is missing. It does not show the interest rate on the note, but everything else it summarizes. In the business loan agreement, you have covenants. What's a covenant? Solemn promise or obligation between two parties, the bank and the borrower. In the typical business loan agreement, in the loan docs, there's an affirmative section of covenants and a negative. Affirmative means Bob and Sue will do something, promise to do something. The negative, Bob and Sue promise to not do something. What's the affirmative? They promise to provide updated tax returns each year to your bank. What's the negative? They promise to not encumber the building further beyond your first mortgage, meaning put a second with some other lender. Further on documentation, look at the deeds, mortgage or deed of trust. Most of your deals are fee simple. Fee simple means when you do the loan on the building, you get the dirt underneath. But what's a land lease? You do the loan on a building near the airport. And all of a sudden the title company calls you and says, do you realize the dirt is owned by the county, which is common in America around airports? Will the county sign off? Can we still, does it make sense for us to do this commercial real estate loan on the building, knowing that someone else owns the dirt down below us, down below the building? Okay, I'm going to ask John, Jacob, and Alex, do you know, if you'll type in, will your bank do a land lease deal? Or does your bank just say, oh no, credit administration says no, it's got to be fee simple. When we do the CRE loan, we get the building and the dirt, not just the building. Okay. Okay, here we go. Jacob's already responded. It's not ideal. Alex responds. Alex has just responded. Here we go. Not preferred. John responded, not preferred. Other banks, oh, we'll do them all day long. Some banks, we won't do them at all. By the way, for whatever it's worth, whether it's fee simple or land lease, you do not typically have the collateral rights for the minerals that are like 500 or 1,000 feet below the building. No way. Even on a fee simple, typically you don't. Kind of interesting. Letter D, we talked about the D, the mortgage deed, you got modifications under Part E, assignment of rents. We want to collect. If they default, we want to step into their shoes. Page number 15, environmental issues up above, of course. Have Jane fill out the questionnaire. I wouldn't do it for her. Maybe you have to do a phase 1, 2, 3, or 4. Lien perfection, we talked about this. We want to be in first position. We also talked about subordination. What is a landlord waiver? Let's do a class shout out. Have any of you ever seen or heard of a landlord waiver? Any of you, if you'll just shout out yes or no, and in the chat, of course. Yes or no. If you'll unmute, yes or no. Okay, some of you have heard of it?
No,
No? Okay. No? Okay. John says no, Jacob no, Christina, Zoe no. What this is, and I find this interesting because I happen to utilize or work with Laser Pro in my training and so forth, documents, and a lot of banks use Laser Pro. In Laser Pro, there's a standard document known as landlord waiver, but for whatever reason, I find this to be true. It's more common in the Western US versus the Eastern side of the country, Midwest and Eastern. Kind of interesting. What does it really do? Well, Bob and Sue are giving you permission to enter the property, to make an inspection. You bet. There's multiple properties you'd want, in my opinion, instead of putting on one landlord waiver to clarify, use 2 or 3. Absolutely. But it gives you the legal right when you read the verbiage on it to access the property. Insurance down below, flood insurance and so forth. Moving forward, title policy endorsements, guarantees. We want a general and continuing is the most common form of guarantee. I'd highlight M1. We don't want limited traditionally. We don't want secured, unsecured, we may. But what is the general verbiage under M1? General verbiage, we get it all. The verbiage, we get everything that Sue owns. We get everything that Bob owns. What is the continuing? Let's say they pay us off. They sell the building. We get paid off, and 2 weeks later, someone on your staff notices, oops, we forgot to collect that $3,000 appraisal fee. Well, the last time you renewed the loan, about 2 years ago, you forgot to collect it and said, oh, well, we'll collect it in the future. Well, out of sight, out of mind, You missed the 2,000, pardon me, $3,000 appraisal fee. Continuing verbiage legally in the guarantee gives your bank the legal right to say, okay, you paid off the principal, you paid off the interest, but you still owe us $3,000. Here's the proof. I'd add this to your notes. And this is a truism from a marketing standpoint. If, for example, you make that mistake, and if they're not the swiftest customers, you say we need the 3,000, you may push the envelope, push the issue. But what if Bob and Sue are ongoing good customers of your bank? And they've referred multiple relationships into your bank, all legitimate local business. Wow. Do you really want to push the envelope? A lot of banks will do this. They say, hey, you owe us 3,000 for the appraisal. Here's the proof, but man, we made that mistake. But how about 1,500? Bob and Sue look at you. Yeah, okay, we'll have the runner bring down the check tomorrow morning. Here's the check. But legally, did they really owe the 3? Absolutely. It's more of a relationship scenario. But the continuing verbiage gives you the legal right for the entire to demand the entire $3,000. Let's move forwards. Reg B, prohibited basis. Just a little snippet of compliance on the back end of these loan docs. I'd add this to your notes. Prohibited basis, we cannot use race, creed, color, gender. Race, creed, color, gender. Marital status, age as a basis. Okay. None of that. By the way, there are only 3 legitimate marital status in America today. What are they? What are they? I'm going to ask Terry, can you name the 3? Can you name the 3 marital status from a compliance standpoint?
Oh, man, married,
Married is one.
unmarried,
Unmarried is another.
divorced?
Prejudicial. That third one's
Yeah, no,
prejudicial.
yeah. I can't think of the third one.
Married, unmarried. What was that?
Dead? Um,
Married,
of the third
unmarried. I
one.
love it.
I can't think of the
Married,
one.
married, unmarried, separated. Separated.
Yeah.
That's it. Moving right along. Okay, we close the loan. Page number 17, we close it. We monitor for insurance surge, tax payments, the whole 9 yards. Now we're going to stop. Right here on page number 18, we're going to take our last 5-minute break of the day. We're going to come back and do our little snippet, our 7th and final area on commercial real estate problem loan. And then we're going to, after this, we're going to do a little summary activity and get you on your way for the afternoon and the weekend. So let's take our 5-minute break. We'll come on back. Excellent. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll get started in just a moment. Okay, Zoe, are you back with us? Can you do the check? So make sure the system's working, please. Okay, thank you, Zoe. She's back with us. Good. Okay, now our little section on problem commercial real estate loans. We're going to do a quick class shout out. Yes or no, have you ever worked on problem loans, not just commercial real estate, but just in general? Yes or no, have you ever worked on problem loans in any way, shape, or form in your lending career? Everybody, if you'd unmute and tell us, and also those in the chat, please.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, okay, keep going. Any others?
Yes.
Anyone's? Okay. All right.
Not really. We had people for that.
Okay, not really. Okay.
Transferred on.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Zoe says yes. Jacob, unfortunately, I love it, Jacob. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Alex, yes. Christina, yes. John, yes, and so forth. Okay. Look at the scenario. The market's turned down. The tenants have left. Payments are delinquent. Under Part B, do you see where it says, where are you at? Off to the right of that, if you please put in your notes, no knee-jerk reaction. We've got to maintain cooler heads, if you will. Not like my old boss. I had a boss at B of A. Oh, man, past due, slightly past due, he'd go berserk. It was unreasonable. It wasn't logical. Page number 19. Because it's CRE secured the loan, we're going to do a quick review of the file, of the collateral, for example. Ask yourself, what about liquidity off to the side of C1? How long would it take to liquidate this building? To quote unquote spin the building, take it back, foreclose, sell it back off. Off to the side of number 2, how much money would it take? Liquidity, how long would it take? Marketability, how much money would it take, and who would we go to? Which local commercial real estate broker or whoever? Under number 3, I'd highlight the word or underline the word value. Will the value of the building hold during this process, or is the market starting to crash? Controllability. I'd put right to the right of that the rents we discussed right before the break. Moving forward. Now that we've done our quick file review, and that may actually take a half hour, 40 minutes to really dig through the file, making sure where are we at with this credit. We then start the collection. We simply call, we text, we try to get the payment, we email, but we are subject in all collections to the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. I'd highlight it. Sort of. What do you mean by sort of? Well, in reality, the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act only applies to number 1, a consumer loan, and number 2, a consumer loan where your bank has hired a third-party collection agency to assist with the collection. Number 1, it has to be a consumer loan. Number 2, collection agency has to be involved. But even though that is the truth related to this law, the vast majority of courts in America, the courts, they expect, and the judges expect you as a lender to not violate any part of this law. So let's go through it. Postcard. Lenders used to send out big past due postcards, form of intimidation. You cannot do it. Look at number 2. You call up Bob and Sue, Jane, and Sue answers and says, oh, we're represented by Jones and Jones. That's the law firm in town. You cannot circumvent Jones and Jones and go around them and go after Bob and Sue. ABC LLC. Look at the time frame. You can call them at 2 a.m. in the morning, but it's not going to look good 4, 5, 6 months later in a court of law. And I put off to the side of number 3, it's subject to their time zone. You're in Lansing, Michigan, 8:30 in the morning. You call Bob and Sue to collect. What time is it? And let's say Bob and Sue are not in Lansing. Let's say they're the other Bob and Sue from the C&I section today. They're in Wausau, Wisconsin. And you're calling them. It's 8:30 in the morning at your office in Lansing. Well, it's only 7:30 there. You violated the law. Place of employment only with permission. Number 5, you cannot communicate with others. You're at a chamber mixer. Another lender from another bank walks up to you. Hey, we're chasing Bob and Sue. We've got 2 loans. We know they've got about at least 3 loans with you. Are you guys chasing them? That other lenders violate the law. But if you say, this is a chamber function, a mixer, let's go have another drink. Let's talk shop some other time. You did not violate this law under number 5. If they refuse to pay, we back off. But we let them know, Bob and Sue know, we'll use all of our rights to collect. Lastly, no harassment. I put an A and a B down below number 7. Pardon me, part A, no profanity. And part B, no threat of bodily harm. No profanity and no threat of bodily harm. We try to restructure. The original term on that construction loan maybe was saved for 12 months. Can you give us another 6? We've had some delays in the project. So it goes out to 18 months. How about the permanent CRE loan we talked about earlier? Construction was $2 million, permanent was $3 million. The original term on the permanent was 22 and 5. What if we stretch it out to 25, but shorten the call date to maybe 2 or 3 years? Yeah. Pricing. Most lenders say, let's jack up the price. But I'm just going to say, I know this as a CFO today. If they really don't have the cash, they're short on the cash. Jacking up the price doesn't really help in a true restructure. Collateral. Maybe we do add that deed on that 5 acres on the outskirts of town to shore up our position. But we don't consider as collateral. Remember, we simply say it's an abundance of caution. Here's another form of additional support. Here's a form, an additional guarantor. You say to Bob and Sue in this restructure, this workout deal, you say, hey, Bob and Sue, we need another guarantor. We don't tell them who to suggest. Sue blurts out, well, what about my Uncle Mark? And you look at her and you look at Bob, you look at Jane in the negotiation. Oh, that's good. Okay. Of course, you know Mark. You bank Mark. You know his numbers. Of course, you'd love to have his guarantee. But I'd add this to your notes next to or below additional support. Put Uncle Mark, wealthy uncle, additional guarantor. But what you would have to do to be correct on this is to say to Bob, Sue, and Jane in this meeting, well, there must be consideration or exchange of value benefiting Uncle Mark. If Uncle Mark guarantees this loan, is there any additional benefit to him? And Sue blurts out, well, of course. And you don't really know, well, what is she talking about? She says, well, one of his main companies is one of our main suppliers of our manufacturing firm. So, for him guaranteeing the commercial real estate loan where our business is housed and all of this combined, especially just on the CRE side, but still it benefits because it's tied into the building to the business, the operating business. Absolutely, he's going to benefit basically by us not going under, because he's got through his one company a lot of money out to us in the form of, for ABC LLC, it's a payable. For him, it's a receivable. because he's one of their suppliers into their manufacturing process. So absolutely there's a tie, and consideration is in fact is in place. Absolutely. Now, what if the collection fails? What if the restructure fails on the CRE loan? Look at page number 22. Ask yourself before you go in for the foreclosure, what is our strategy under number one? Should we even foreclose? Under part two, is it realistic? Under number three, what about the law? What about number four, political ramification? Could you imagine foreclosing on the local community church that you financed? And I'm going to ask Scott this. Could you imagine what would happen, Scott, if you foreclosed, you started the foreclosure on the church, and someone in your bank forgot to tell the chair of the board, and she happens to be a member of that church? Scott, can you imagine what would happen? Would that be a tough situation?
I try not to imagine it. You're
I
right.
know, I agree. You're going like, oh, Scott's going, oh, I report to the chair. Oh, man. One of the two community banks I worked at, I worked with, of course, the president of the bank. I worked with, it was a small bank, the board, all the board members, including the chair. Oh, man. If that happened to Tony, Tony was the chair of our board. Oh, heads would roll. Oh, a nice man, very nice man. But when it came to business and, you know, things of that nature, whew, he could be the toughest. Wow. Let's turn to page 23. Now, you go in for the foreclosure, the green light. You've got the green light all the way through, up through management. Two types of foreclosure in America today. Fee simple under G1, I'd highlight that, and judicial under G2. What do we mean by the fee simple? It's just it is the traditional foreclosure on a building, piece of raw land, a house, you name it. What's the timing under Part A? In most courts, 90 to 120 days in most jurisdictions around the country. But on a commercial building, my personal opinion, I'd allow for 6 months even, especially if they've got tenants in the building, not owner occupied, but income producing tenants. Legal rights, cost, how much does we did the pre-file review. Now it's, oh, no. It's not just a review. We're going for it. We're going to do the foreclosure. How much is it going to cost? How quickly can we market it? Now, the regular fee simple foreclosure is the standard. In some states, including California, not to pick on California, but California and Utah and a few others, they have what is called a single form of action rule under number 2. Now, what is it? Single form of action rule means it's a state law. Bank or any other lender, you foreclose on the building, the raw land, and or the house, it doesn't matter. That's your action. That's your only action. Let's say you foreclose on Bob and Sue's building, pardon me, and you're short, by the time you take it back and sell it off, you're short $200,000. In most states, you could proceed against Bob and Sue and seek what is called a deficiency judgment, but not in California. I promise you. California law favors the borrower, not the bank. But there's one way around it. And by the way, in California, you're short the 200. Oh, well, that's forever written off. There's one way around it. It's called a judicial foreclosure. Pardon me. Under number 2, if you put an A and a B, please. A, fee simple foreclosure. Fee simple foreclosure. Under Part B, lawsuit. Your attorney simultaneously files a foreclosure and a lawsuit against Bob and Sue. Absolutely. Even in California, why is this not done often, that often? Time and money. It takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of legal expense. So most lenders say up front, wow, we better get this deal done right. We better have our loan to value right. Our underwritings better be right. Because if we ever have to foreclose on the back end, we do not want to have to do a judicial foreclosure. And we don't want to be short that 200,000 in the make-believe example. Moving right along. What is a short sale? Now that's a related. We saw that thousands of these in America during the Great Recession of 08, 09, even into 10. Bob and Sue buy this house for 300,000. They come to you, they put 50,000 down, they get a loan for 250. All of a sudden, 18 months later, the Great Recession hits. The house goes from 300,000 value to 200. Well, their 50,000's gone. But you are also upside down as a bank by 50,000 from 250 loan down to 200. A buyer walks up to him, knocks on the door and says, hey, we'll pay you 200,000, but that's the value. That's the market value. But the bank's got to write off the 50,000. Wow. Maybe your bank does, maybe you don't. Got to make that executive decision. What about a deed in lieu of foreclosure? What's a deed in lieu of foreclosure? Monday afternoon, Bob and Sue walk in your office. Bob hands you the set of keys. Well, what's this? Oh, that's the keys to our house. Sue and I just lost our jobs. Let's say they're not business owners. They're W-2 employees. We both lost our jobs. It's the Great Recession. And then Sue blurts out, well, isn't there some piece of paper we can sign and then you just own the home? You don't even have to foreclose. And we walk and you're in. Deed in lieu of foreclosure. Some banks will do them, some banks won't. Let's say your bank won't. You say to Bob and Sue, no, sorry, can't do it. Okay, fine. Bob takes the keys back. Well, we'll see you. 90 days later, you get the house back. You go out to the house, you're collateral. Not collateral, you own it. It's not collateral anymore. You own it. Other real estate owned. The first indication something's wrong is the door is just swinging in the breeze. Wow. You walk in the house, the stench knocks you over. Someone has taken a sledgehammer to every wall in the house. And the 2 bathrooms, oh, we don't even go there. Other version. Oh, yes, we'll do the deed in lieu of foreclosure. Here, sign off here, boom. Next morning, you go out to your house. It's not your collateral, it's yours as a bank. You unlock the door, you walk in. It is pristine. They even had the carpet shampooed. Wow. Moving right along. Turn the page. Page number 24. In conclusion, this section, CRE lending. Under Part A up above, where are you at with the portfolio? Under Part B, what about a game plan to expand, market even further? Look under Part C. Boy, this is the whole panoramic we covered today, this afternoon. Marketing all the way to collecting. And lastly, Part D. Please, everybody, if you will circle or highlight Part D, keep your eyes wide open for change in the market, the CRE market itself. Okay. In conclusion for today, both sessions, we're going to do a quick activity and get you on your way. I'd like to have you spend just a moment on this. What is one takeaway from the C&I section? What is one takeaway from the CRE section for today? There's no right or wrong. It's not like I'm trying to get a magic answer or whatever. What is just one thing that sticks out in your mind from the C&I lending, and one thing that sticks out in your mind as a takeaway, benefiting you, benefiting your bank on the CRE side? And when I call your name, if you'll type in the chat or just respond in the audio like we've been doing, we're going to do the C&I all the way through the class and then come back and do the CRE all the way through the class. So just take a moment, if you would. What is one takeaway from each of the two sections of today's presentation? Okay. And those in the chat, you can already type these in. You bet. Those in the chat, you can type it in, but just type in the C&I. Just type in the C&I. And then we're going to do CRE in just a moment. So the C&I only, and then type in, and later when we do, in just a moment, we're going to do CRE. Okay. So everybody in the chat, you can start typing these in if you would, please. We're just doing the C&I piece. Take just a moment more. Okay. Okay, here we go. Jeremy, what's your one item from the C&I section takeaway?
Yeah, I think just thinking a little more of the trade-off of how much your portfolio is C&I versus CRE, how there's a little bit of a trade-off in terms of diversifying, being a little less exposed, but then also the CREs may last a
Okay.
little longer, and just
Okay.
kind of how that how the
Okay.
regulators would look at that as well.
Okay, good. Thank you. Saptarshi, what about you on the C&I section?
On the C&I section, it's mostly about how certain types of equipment loans, how they're structured, different types of equipment leases, such as the track lease versus the true lease. So just overall structuring of an equipment loan is what
Okay.
really I learned a lot about that today. So
Okay, thank you. Good. Michael, how about you on the C&I?
On the C&I lending, for me, it was the borrowing base certificate and some of the different adjustments that I was not aware of before the training.
Good. On the borrowing base certificate, BBC, good. Terry, how about you on the C&I? Terry? Jose, what about you on the C&I?
I looked at it quite on the collateral position.
Collateral position, good. Thank you. Scott, how about you on the C&I?
I appreciated your comments about the collateral audits in connection with the reviewed financial statements to get kind of the best of the analyzing the collateral on an ongoing basis, but not saddling the customer with too much expense to handle the audit requirements.
Good. Excellent. Thank you on that. Okay, now from the chat, from still on the C&I from the chat. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Brad says credit score model. Jacob says adjusting the AR aging and BBC for concentrations. Alex says the ABL, asset-based lending, and the BBC. John says the BBC example. Zoe adjusting the AR for the BBC. Christina, the ineligibles on the AR. Great. Okay, now let's shift. Take just a moment. What about on the CRE section? Just one takeaway. Take a moment. Those in the chat, you can already start typing in if you've got them. So we'll give everyone just a moment, both the audio and the chat. And then we're going to start with the chat for the CRE section, commercial real estate, you bet. So give everyone just a moment, and then we'll do the chat and then audio on the other. Go the other way. Good. Okay, they're coming on in. They're coming on in. Excellent. Take just a moment more. Just what takeaway from the commercial real estate side. Okay, here we go. From the chat. Okay. John says more detail on construction versus permanent CRE loans. Good. Jacob says the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. Good. Brad says review of the different foreclosure processes. Zoe says landlord waivers, which, as I mentioned, I don't know why, but in the West, very common. but not in the Midwest and further east. Just an observation. Alex for the CRE loan documentation. Excellent. Okay, now, thank you for that. Scott, what about you, CRE? What is one takeaway from our afternoon section?
This might not be as common, but as someone that does not get to prepare loan presentation, but reads and listens to a lot of loan presentations,
Yes.
I liked your advice on the primary goals being, is it clear, concise, motivating in connection with kind of the 5 minutes you have to do that. I think prioritizing the most important information under that kind of formula is very helpful to reviewers like me that aren't always concerned about the minutia of the analysis if everything checks out.
Good. I like that. Good. All right. Jose, what about you? What about you on the CRE section?
Yeah, I think I've learned quite a bit on the proper loan structuring for a
Proper
commercial real
loan
estate.
structure. Good. Part of our 3 mini steps underneath the first of the underwriting. Good. Saptarshi, what about you? CRE, one
yeah.
takeaway.
For me, what I would say would be the different types of actions that can be taken on certain loans in the case of default, like foreclosure, collection on loss. I support a portfolio manager who deals specifically with the workout portfolio. So
Yeah.
those practices and the rules are really good to know. So
Okay, good. Michael, how about you? Michael, go
For
ahead.
me, yep, for me it was the it's kind of same as the Fair Debt Collection Act and some of the things you can and can't do when trying to collect on debts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you on that. Terry, what about you? What's one takeaway on the CRE side?
I think she might have dropped.
Okay. Jeremy, how about you? What's one of yours for
Um,
this CRE? The one takeaway.
I think the discussion of like different factors in your markets, demand and supply, and how you could really target what types of commercial real estate lending you're doing to maximize those strengths.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. Christina from the chat on the CRE side, the risk assessment of the tenants in underwriting. Good. That's good. Excellent. Well, with that, I want to thank you all. This was a great summary for both sections, the C&I and the CRE. As we started out the session this morning, please, as I mentioned, don't hesitate. If I can help you, please send me an email. I'll work with you. I'll help you in either area, C&I or CRE, or even the other aspect of commercial lending. I do a lot of tax training for both the Michigan and the Wisconsin Bankers Association. I do a basic, I do advanced, like yesterday we did the advanced and so forth. But any issues, please don't hesitate. Reach out to me. Thank you. This was excellent participation, both in the chat and in the audio. With that, everyone have a great rest of the afternoon and a good weekend. Thank you so much. Thank you for attending. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
Thank
you,
you,
David.
everyone.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.